cooking with polluting fuels, and I'm sure that many statistics will be thrown at you. Some of them are very disturbing, but if you really want to catch the essence of that, those statistics, there was a launch of the program that I'm about to talk about, and there is a short video of that launch. It was at the British High Commission, with the High Commissioner and the Minister donning chef hats and actually cooking in electric pressure cookers for dignitaries. And the Minister told the story of how her sister died prematurely from respiratory related illness. And that is a sad reality, personalized experience of how cooking with polluting fuels can harm the health. Now, I said that that was the launch of a UK aid program for Uganda. That program will probably be discussed here in this side event. It's a £5 million commitment. It's part of a much bigger commitment by UK aid to clean cooking. The UK government has supported clean cooking for more than a decade, and it's supported modern energy cooking services for more than 8 years. And recently at, say, COP28, there were commitments for significant funding, not just from the UK, but from United Arab Emirates, from the World Bank, from the African Development Bank. All of these are making very strong commitments to tackle this enduring problem of clean cooking. Well, the problem's not clean cooking, the problem is the lack of clean cooking. And the new program will focus on electric cooking because Uganda has now a strong electrical supply, and there are new possibilities, there are future opportunities. And so the program looks at standards, awareness raising, supply chain. It works through MEX, through Triple GI, and through Enact, ICLEI. Enact and ICLEI are dealing with the informal housing sector, informal markets, and I have probably forgotten one of the work threads, but I'm sure that will be discussed as you go through this side event. Now, I'm over halfway of my 5 minutes. I'm 3 minutes 30 in, and up until this point you've all been thinking, oh, he's forgotten to blur his camera. We can see what's behind him. Well, actually that's quite intentional, because I'd like to focus the last bit of my keynote on the future. That program is all about electrical cooking with energy efficient devices. Now, many of you in the room will have now heard of the electric pressure cooker, and this is one that I use almost every day, and I've just taken it from my kitchen to illustrate the point. But as we move forward, the electric pressure cooker can cook a meal for a fraction of the price that you can cook the same meal with charcoal. And again, if you can find that launch video, there's a 90-second version and a 6-minute version. The cost comparison is very clearly illustrated. But there are opportunities in the future that are coming forward, new opportunities. There are new devices. There are things like this air fryer, which is effectively a fan-driven oven, but it's great for cooking meats, and it can do some of that browning that the electric pressure cooker can't quite achieve. Behind me I've got an induction stove, which is enabled for the Internet of Things. Now, the reason that's significant is because carbon credits in the past have been issued based on the sale of the device without actually knowing exactly how much use that device is undertaking. And so there have been some exposés recently where people are claiming carbon credits for stoves that are actually not being used and are not very popular with consumers. And what this, and there are a number of products on the market now that have the Internet of Things built in. And we have worked with Gold Standard, who are carbon credit verifiers, on something called the metered methodology. And basically this measures the consumer using it to cook, and then sends that data up into the cloud. And then that is used to verify the carbon, and basically it overcomes many of the failings of previous, sorry, I think I wobbled the camera at that point, previous uses of electric pressure cookers, of stoves. I put behind me a pot to remind me to tell you that induction stoves, they have to have special pots, and many of the people who are selling induction stoves are now selling packages of the pot. Looking to near future again, off-grid. We know that solar panel prices are coming down, we know that batteries are coming down, and this is actually a 48 volt direct current induction stove, hot out the factory in India, for its design and its use in off-grid situations. And in fact, one of the work threads within the 5 million package that I was talking about is about schools and institutions. And just, let's not be shy of actually having large pots, large cookers, which can cook very energy efficiently. All these devices can be very energy efficient, much more than a simple hot plate with a coil, spiral coil. And the cost of cooking a meal comes out at a lot less than charcoal, and in many cases less than LPG. I better stop there. I can see that I'm at 8 minutes and I promised 5 minutes. I'm sure you're going to have a great side event and with the panel, and I hope your discussions go well, and I'm very sorry that I can't be with you. Thank you.
the villages, people were cooking with firewood. Most of the time they collect this firewood freely from the forest, and so they don't pay for it. But when we talk about using energy efficient appliances, electric cooking basically, we just don't talk about cost in terms of the money you are saving in your pocket. We are talking about cost in terms of the money you will have spent going to the hospital because you're treating the diseases that the ladies talked about. So basically you're going to save money on medical expense, you're going to save time that probably you could have used to do some economic activities as a woman, for instance, because it's mainly the women who collect firewood. So what we've done to demystify...
where people utilize a lot of biomass fuels, and then neighborhoods where people use a lot of electric cooking, or rather, who are mostly reliant on electric cooking. And then from there, we're able to present those results within, community gatherings through, and also taking advantage of the local leaders, because you find that some of this information, when you present it as you, EACO, you may not be able to experience behavior change. But if you go through local community leaders like LC1s, which the local communities already trust, most of this information can easily be interpreted, and also you can help to demystify some of the things that, like how my colleague there talked about, some people might be going with biomass fuels because they believe it's cheaper. But if you present data in terms of the long-term, economic benefits of using electric cooking, you could be able to actually, through data, to actually influence behavior changes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nantanda. Most of the people may not be able to actually get to the health facilities and actually have the conditions diagnosed. We had the keynote speaker talk about Honorable Nankavira's relative who passed on, but it's until the person died that they were able to know what the person was actually suffering from. All they knew is that this person was coughing and coughing without cure. Do you have any activities that you are doing, or in terms of research, to be able to get in touch with the healthy people, at least before they do fall sick? Do you have any ongoing research, or do you have any ongoing activities where the people maybe in the audience can actually decide to take part?
Okay. So thank you, Zahara. Like I mentioned that the Lung Institute, we do care for our lungs. So we have programs beyond the clinic, beyond the consultation room. They are still geared towards increasing awareness, but also ensuring that when people get the symptoms, they can recognize them and seek care. We have a program, we refer to it as the Clean Air Africa program. It's supported by the UK government, and it's in 6 other countries in Africa. But in Uganda, we are particularly focusing on reaching out to community health workers, or we call them village health teams. We are training them on issues around household air pollution, the dangers of using biomass for cooking, for lighting and heating, which diseases you might get and how to avoid them. But so that those VHTs can actually go and educate their communities. They are nearer to the communities than we are. You find that there are 2 VHTs per village in most of our communities. So we are training them, but we are also training the healthcare workers. There is a linkage between the village health teams and the health facilities. So beyond telling people that dirty air or using dirty fuel is going to affect your lungs and the rest of the body, we teach them on how to identify the common symptoms of those diseases, and then they refer the patients to the health facilities, so that you don't end up buying a syrup here, using the herbal medications. And like I mentioned, some of the diseases are actually chronic diseases like asthma and COPD. But also to mention that about 50% or 5 out of 10 children who have pneumonia, a nightmare for every parent, we can actually attribute that to having been exposed to biomass smoke or smoke from cooking. So That information helps to trickle right from the household through the VHT, and then that person can actually go to the health facilities to seek care. So yes, we are doing some community capacity strengthening to spread the message about household air pollution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You have all been able to, one, shed a picture of what is exactly happening and how these can be addressed. However, allow me open up this discussion to the audience. In case you have any question to the panelists, we are taking them starting now. Ronnie will help me move that microphone that side.
Yes.
Be specific, whom is your question directed to? And to the panelists, let's answer the questions as they come in.
All right, so if you have a question, just say your name and who you're asking the question to. We keep it short and sweet.
Thank you very much. I'm Ulwawa Samuel Sande from Nakaseke district. We are working with Kawanda Kabu Consultant. So we are farmers. So my question goes to biomass. I wanted to know how long does this biomass takes if someone has possessed it, especially to the family which has prepared a lot of food. How long can it take if someone has possessed it? And how possible that somebody can acquire it? Thank you.
Unfortunately, your question is not clear. Kindly try to hold the microphone far from your mouth.
Okay, let me try to clear it. So my question says that how long can a biomass takes, because you have been talking about biomass, how long can it take if someone possessed it? And to the family especially, which takes a lot of food, yeah, how much can it take? Is it possible to somebody to buy it? That's a question. And if somebody has possessed it, how long can it take if someone prepares food, especially to a big family? Is it clear? Not really clear. Okay.
Good morning, everyone.
Just a minute, so we have clarity. I don't know if you're asking how long it takes to cook, or you have understood?
No. Good morning, everyone.
Just a minute, sir.
Good morning. So, if I have a big family, how long, in terms of time, will it take to cook food in the electric pressure cooker? Thank you. Especially if I have a very big family. And how is it possible to acquire it? That is a question from my neighbor. Thank you.
Okay, I hope that has clarified this question. Maybe we take a round of maybe 3 or 4 questions, then yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bakewa Pius. I'm representing BNP Energies Uganda Limited. My question goes to Panel Cyprus. The e-cooking interventions you are putting or you are extending to the communities are sustainable. And second, how do you measure impact on these e-cooking interventions that you are extending to the communities? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have another one here, then we'll go to the students over there.
Thank you so much. My name is Juliet Kawasita from the Medical Research Council, /UVRI, and under the Sustainable Climate Impact Fund project, and that institution. My question, one goes to the doctor responsible for air quality monitoring. I was just wondering the kind of parameters you measure, both indoor and outdoor. Do you go beyond the particulate and the sulfur dioxide? Do you do like carbon, greenhouse gas emission monitoring? So that, why I'm asking is, you mentioned you're developing a database. so that when I want to access other information on other parameters, I can easily access that. Then another question goes to the doctor, the pediatrician. I'm a mother, and I've heard stories of air quality pollution leading to some of the neurological diseases, such as autism, etc. Is it true, or is it just a rumor? Thank you.
Thank
Renee,
you.
I request they first answer those questions because you realize Cyprus has about 3 now. So let her first be able to answer that so that we don't lose some questions within the cracks. Thank you.
All right.
All right, so I'll take the question on how long it takes to cook on the EPCs for bigger families. Most of these EPCs already have like time or the duration it takes to cook within its system. So for instance, if you are to cook beans, it usually takes 35 minutes, but also this varies with the kind of an appliance you get. So the timing is not really standard. It will depend on the appliance you got. But then again, there are other ways you can make your cooking time shorter. For instance, if you are cooking beans, we will encourage you to soak your beans before cooking. That means when you are going to cook these beans, you won't have to use the 35 minutes, but you will use less time. When we talk about capacity in terms of the size of your family, now in the market, we have 4-liter EPCs. We have people who are already now trying to manufacture or assemble larger quantities of EPC. Very soon they will be in the market. For instance, for situations where we are promoting for manufacturers who are providing appliances for institutions, we already have like 100-liter EPCs to 300-liter electric pressure cookers. So it varies really the appliance you're looking for. The market will also work with utility companies.
Equally had some questions.
So the question I had in simple terms was, does it matter or how smart you are depending on how much air pollution you're exposed to? So I grew up in a rural area, and like many other rural areas in Uganda, we used firewood, not even charcoal, but we used firewood. And because I'm a girl, I started cooking probably at around 5 years. And sometimes I'm wondering, maybe I could have been much smarter than I am had I had the cooking options at the time, because there is a lot of evidence that directly links to intelligence and being clever, what we call neurological smartness, or how smart your brain is, depending on how much air pollution you're exposed to during pregnancy. And remember, rather, in your life, remember I mentioned that those particles, when you breathe in air containing those tiny but very dangerous particles, they don't stop in the nose to make you sneeze or in the lungs to make you cough. They find their way through the blood system, and they can go to any part of the body, including the brain, even before you are born. So those
find that it's hard to measure impact without data, right? Now that's where AirCo comes in, by utilizing air quality, the impact. So I think for some of these programs, if you set some baseline analysis of the air quality conditions before that program started, and then be able to compare how the air quality has changed over time since that program started, I guess that's one way of showing impact. But of course, as you're aware, when you're measuring, you want things to go your way. You have a hypothesis, right? So you'd be like, I've started this program, so after 1 week, things should be good. But sometimes the data can say otherwise. So I think that's the whole point of feel, because air quality cannot be seen, right? So you can see that the skies are where air quality is not that great accordingly. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Any more questions?
Okay.
All right, we'll just take a round of just one more round before we can release us for a break. I think it's only fair we have a student ask his question.
All right, good morning to all of you. My name is Tuzinde James and I come from Makerere College School. Today my question is going to be about air quality, right? So personally, I've been making some research about how we could switch to more clean fuel, but instead of us only using, let's say, one resource, which is electricity, why couldn't we use like other resources like biofuels? Like obviously biofuels are forms of biomass, but instead they're made of less complex elements, which means they pollute less, right? They pollute less. So I heard of a project that's actually being carried out in the US. They make smokeless stoves. It's like a type of stove, right? A charcoal stove, but instead of it releasing the smoke into the atmosphere, it absorbs that smoke. And after absorbing it, it decomposes it into less harmful gases, just like how cars reduce the amount of emissions going out of their engines. So if I had such a project going on, I feel like it would be much easier for people to adapt into that than imagine somebody in a rural area, right? They have never seen light since they were born, and you're telling them use an e-cooker because it's safer for our environment. I feel it's very hard for them to adapt to that. But if you tell them there is a stove, but instead of it like working as a traditional stove which releases smoke into the atmosphere, it absorbs the smoke. So I feel like if I made something that's more comfortable for the people, it would create a nice variety of options we could opt for instead of us going for one main project. So, thank you.
Wow, tell your neighbor there is hope. The youngsters are researching and brilliant. Where is my friend with the mic? Please go ahead.
Hello everyone. Good morning. My name is Agono Aaron, a student of Civil and Environmental Engineering at Uganda Christian University. I'm delighted to be here. So, about e-cooking, I feel like this is something that if we look into the society, it is an idea of a modern home. Just like the way everyone would wish to have an electric car, I believe every society would wish to have an e-cooking appliance. So basically, I feel like what we should focus on is how do we address the idea of affordability, and how do we address the idea of being able to use these appliances? Because we have scenarios where people own these appliances, but actually they have in them the mind that only those who are educated can be able to operate them. Because now if you look at things like air fryers, stuff like that, you say you have the e-cooking manuals. So most of the things here require the illiterate to interpret them. And at the same point, we want these clean cooking methods to go deep even into the villages, such that they can have an impact and save more energy, costs, and life. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My name is Peter Wycliffe. I'm a chemical engineer and I'm a PhD student. We have been seeing some researches about the e-cooking materials, and we have found out that they contain a lot of perfluoro and perchloroalkyl substances. Those are PFAS. So don't you think that in the long run we are going to do more harm than good? Because if these chemicals are emitted by those e-cooking materials, then the carbon is even safer than consuming such chemicals. Thank you so much.
He lost me at what?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Namianja Rebecca. My question is, how are we going to deal with mindset change? I'm looking at an example. I'm renting. I've bought an electric pressure cooker, but we are sharing the yaka. So everyone will be like, you are consuming a lot of electricity, you have to pay much money. So I would like us to look at that perspective, that very many people there still think that if you use an EPC, you have to use a lot of electricity. Thank you.
And the last question.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Mpadwa Mark. I'm an environmental scientist working with Ginger City Council. I would first like to appreciate EACO for the good work they have done. Thank you for working with us closely. We have received our reports for October in relation with air quality. So my question goes to the health experts on the panel. I would like to know, why is Uganda failed to distinguish between clean energy cooking and electric cooking? We find that many times we are telling people regarding LPG as a clean cooking energy. But when you look at the research, it says that when you use LPG, there is emission of nitrogen oxide, which leads to reduction of the lungs' defense against the bacterial infections, and in the long run can lead to asthma. So why can't we stand firm and tell the people that yes, using LPG is improvising, but is not a lasting solution for clean energy cooking? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Hilda Kaijawango Katogo, a teacher at Makerere College School. My question goes to the doctor, the pediatrician. I agree that growing up in school, there were less cases of allergies, less cases of asthma. But right now the allergies are so many, children are fainting all the time. And my question is, what did we go wrong, or what went wrong? Because originally the mode of cooking was firewood. It was majorly firewood, but we didn't have all these allergies. We didn't have all these healthy lung problems. I'm alive to the fact that yes, those days there were lesser people. Therefore, people would cook with firewood and they would not cut down trees. And right now the population is up high there. We are cutting a lot of trees. But then maybe we need to address what really, really happened when, as opposed to coming up with new methods of cooking and so much. If we could address that, maybe we would get a good solution to the problem. Thank you very much, Doctor.
All right, I believe that will be the last question for now. But Zahra, just a comment here. Some of the questions we're asking now are actually going to be handled in the next panel. But I'll let government just speak a little bit here.
Thank you, MC. Thank you, panelists, and Zahra. We've taken some, I think, note of some of the questions. I wanted to propose that we stay. Right after this session, there'll be another session that is talking about policy, we'll be talking about technology. I had issues of affordability, whether we're having emissions from this technology. I think the next panel will be best fit to speak to some of those. So please hang in. Don't miss the next session. Thank you.
Nonetheless, we'll allow for your panel, Zahra, to respond as they deem fit.
Thank you so much, and I hope the participants raised the questions. Don't feel like we have dodged those questions, but there's a whole panel, if you looked at your agenda, where Engineer Herbert himself will be, and they're going to answer some of those questions. So for now, let's keep it public health. Let's keep it public health. So to the panelists, those who were able to pick their questions, kindly let's have those answered.
Yeah, I think there was a question that was directed to me. Why is it that we are seeing a lot of coughs, a lot of allergies, and a lot of other diseases? I think we need to look at it from a broader perspective. Air pollution or exposure to air pollution is one of the factors that are responsible for what we are seeing. But there are also other problems. We are seeing many more, for example, new viruses and new bacteria coming up. Mentioned. The beauty is that if you prevent exposure to dirty air right from the start, then you're likely to have better growth even during pregnancy, like when you're still in your mother's womb. So you don't set the stage for malnutrition, for all these infections that are going to really stimulate the allergies that you see now. But also the other thing is that some people may have the genes, for example, for allergies, but until you meet the wrong environment, the polluted environment, and then you start experiencing the symptoms. So many years back we had cleaner air, both outdoor, especially outdoor, but now we're experiencing a lot of air pollution. He will tell you that in Uganda, and I think he should have mentioned it, that for now the air quality monitoring that has been done, whether it's household air pollution or outdoor air pollution, we are not yet to what we call allowable levels by the WHO standards. So all of us are basically breathing in polluted air. It just varies from place to place, the magnitude of, of the problem. And so because we are constantly being exposed to this air which is polluted, and because we have to breathe, you have no choice but to take in that air. So the best option would be to make the air cleaner so that then we can reduce on the manifestation of these symptoms like allergies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, distinguished panelists, partners, and the audience for being part of this important movement. If you forget anything today, at least remember, our air is being monitored. We are not doing well as a country. The health experts are telling you the numbers of patients presenting with respiratory issues is on a rise. Worrying is that our children and mothers are mostly affected. The cough may have become part of your household because you're able to give this and this and that, but for how long are you going to do that? This is the time for us to watch out for what could be the triggers. What are we not doing well in those households that we need to improve? GAMO East Africa has told us that there are innovative ways of how we can actually address the issue of clean cooking. It is never too late. The doctors will tell you it's not too late. Even when you've presented with advanced asthma, you present with advanced COPD and things like that. At the end of the day, this can be managed, but you also have to invest as a patient. It is never too late. The discussion has started. Let the car hit the tarmac, and let's see what we're able to realize as a country. Thank you so much once again to our panelists, partners, the audience, and everyone who has taken part of this. Allow me invite you all to a cup of tea in the Speak Ballroom. That will be for a few minutes, and then we are back for the next discussion on designing holistic energy access plans. Where does clean cooking fit? Thank you so much. I am Zahara Namoli.
I think a bigger round of applause for Zahara. Maybe the team can pause for a group photo on the stage. Thank you so much. And the ushers have a small token of appreciation for all of you. The rest of us would like to take a short coffee break, and I hope we shall adhere to the time. Actually, if we just go through these back doors, it leads to the Speak Garden or the ballroom up there. Pick yourself a cup of coffee and a bite, and if we can be back in 15 minutes to start the next panel, which is going to answer a lot of the questions that you were asking, as Herbert has already alluded to. So thank you very much. Mr. DJ, over to you, sir.
Uganda, blessed with nature's bounty, is on a journey towards a greener tomorrow. From solar and hydropower to wind and biomass, Uganda is harnessing renewable energy to transform lives. The Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, together with the National Renewable Energy Platform, present the Renewable Energy Conference 2024 and Expo, where visionaries, innovators, and industry leaders come together to shape Uganda's clean energy future. From October 31st to November 2nd at the Munyonyo Commonwealth Resort, Kampala, Uganda. Join us to network and discover the latest trends, innovations, and business opportunities in the energy sector. The Red 24 and Expo is organized by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, together with the National Renewable Energy Platform and their partners, together with Smart 24 TV, driving business.
Coke using electricity. So today, we want reality for the country Uganda, or we need to, do more as far as e-cooking is concerned. So to begin with, I will go to Engineer Herbert to try and find out from him how important is e-cooking to the country, and if so, are there any strategies that the government has done as far as, addressing this particular area of e-cooking? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ronnie. Thank you very much, everyone in the room, for joining this session. I did say in the previous session that do not miss this. I think we'll dissect most of the things. We had a lot of questions from the previous session. We're happy to speak to those. To the question on the importance of e-cooking, I think I will start by saying the basis. Most of us have seen the theme for this conference. We're talking about transforming lives through clean energy. I think this is one of those ways we're saying clean energy can be transformative and improve the welfare of people. So the broader base of really how clean energy can support the environment, the socio-economics, improving the health and livelihoods. But that is one aspect. So I would call that external, extrinsic factors of how e-cooking is important. Coming back home, I think, to the discussion around clean cooking, e-cooking is important in a number of ways or aspects. One is we're talking about a technology that is convenient to use, a technology that is efficient in terms of both cost, in terms of time, in terms of the energy consumption. So convenience, efficiency, but broadly and in terms of the strategy, speaking about the strategy, e-cooking becomes important first and foremost in terms of supporting our electricity sector. So you realize that yesterday we were talking about investment in the electricity sector. Today we have surplus supply of our generation capacity. One of the ways government is looking to, I guess, offtake that electricity, that technologies like this, or what we would call productive use. And we've been very specific within the National Electrification Strategy to define this. Within our strategy for electrification, we're saying it is no longer enough to supply electricity to costly. In terms of our strategy for clean cooking as a country, e-cooking remains very fundamental in that when you look at our scenario mapping for the short term, set to 2030, we have set ourselves a target where we see e-cooking contributing about 20% within that mix. So if we're saying we want to achieve universal access by 2030, e-cooking, we expect e-cooking to contribute about 20% within that mix. And then over the long term to 2050, we expect that majority of Ugandans will actually be using electricity for cooking, both either as a primary, we think majorly there will be primary source, but also in some cases maybe a secondary source. But the majority, if not all, of Ugandans should be using e-cooking. I'll leave it there for now, Ronnie.
Thank you, Engineer Herbert, for that. Let me come to you, Dr. Lois. I understand the modern energy cooking services has done a lot, and I think a lot of pilots when it comes to e-cooking. Could you take us through what modern energy cooking services does as an organization, and probably highlight on some of the areas you've done in the past, putting particular emphasis on e-cooking?
Is that clear, hopefully? There's a really weird echo at the front where it kind of bounces back twice. Up. Better?
Okay. Maybe someone could do, is it on?
I'll go like this. Better? Okay. So yeah, good question, thank you. The key highlights for MEX has definitely been all the partnerships that we've created over the last 6 years, and the amazing work that's been done by those partners. There's so much in Uganda that's innovative and new. I'm just going to touch on a few of those things. So we've supported work on solar e-cooking in refugee settlements. We've looked at business model development, market dynamics, created the e-cookbook, which my colleague Cypros spoke about earlier. We've learned about e-cooking on mini-grids, e-cooking policy and strategy development led by MEMD. And there's been an
maybe Dr. Lewis, if you could move the mic closer. I don't know if people at the back are able to hear.
Sorry. Okay.
That's better. Okay.
There's been an e-cooking tariff, which I'm sure we're going to hear more about, launched by ERA and researched by UMEMI and A2EI. There's a session on that tomorrow. We've supported repair and maintenance training to support a strong supply chain. And we've got wonderful new activities starting under the most recently launched program for Uganda, where we have a working capital fund. We're looking at schools, awareness raising, which REC is obviously a big part of, and looking at standards. So this has all been supported through UK aid by FCDO and the British High Commission, Kampala, and it's part of a much wider global £67 million investment. And it's wonderful to work in Uganda because you have Right Honourable Prime Minister speaking at COP28, describing how Uganda is working to rapidly scale e-cooking. And then yesterday, again, Honourable Minister of Energy and Renewable Development, challenging people in her opening address to repent and move away from biomass and onto modern energy cooking. So it's wonderful to be working in an environment with that level of political commitment and passion for e-cooking.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Mogaga Dennis, I know when you talk about e-cooking, one of the areas that we look at is affordability, especially even when you go down to the supply side, the manufacturers, and also at the consumer side. What is the climate finance unit doing as far as addressing this particular area of interest is concerned, and what is your vision, looking at addressing the scaling up of e-cooking services across the country as the CFU Climate Finance Unit?
Thank you so much, moderator. The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, with a number of partners, has the mandate to raise and mobilize climate financing in line with our indices. And one of the targets that we have to make is raising 28.1 billion over 7 years. Now, part of that is actually to address issues to do with clean cooking and non-renewable biomass, making sure that we have the right financing that is affordable to all the players when it comes to clean cooking. Now, we are privileged that we are actually currently undertaking the development of our national climate finance strategy that is the Bible for raising resources in line with our indices, including the e-cooking. We got support from the UK government to set up the unit, and now we have dedicated people who are thinking about these elements when it comes to making sure that we are doing the right things, the capacity to do the right things. But currently, we're also privileged that as we're also moving forward in the Ministry of Finance to raise resources, the Ministry of Energy has also set up a unit with support from the UK government again and through the Global Green Growth Institute. And this will help us have the technical capabilities to push e-cooking on the technical side, as we also push e-cooking on the financial side. So we already are aligned to making sure that we raise the resources to scale up. And if you scale up, it means that the prices, the affordability comes to every player. We are also working closely with a number of partners to make sure that we have innovative financing to facilitate the e-cooking. Case in point, we're already discussing with a number of partners, our creditors, to see if we can have e-cooking as part of the agenda when it comes to debt for nature swaps. And there are a number of countries that would be willing, because of the fact that e-cooking has a catalytic drive when it comes to reduction of emissions and the issues that we have been hearing. So we have also we are also pushing currently to have green bonds as one of the areas that we can raise financing for these elements, including e-cooking. We are having we are developing a physical framework currently to address issues to do with carbon markets. The fiscal elements of these can be a driver for emphasizing and pushing e-cooking, because if you fix the regulations, then you're fixing the financing. So we are working with a number of partners, and I'm privileged to see a number of partners here to push and have the required resources to make sure that there's affordability when it comes to e-cooking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dennis, for that insightful contribution. Let me come to you, the regulator. Mr. Patrick, we know that, and again picking from the previous discussions, I think the worry has been that much as we are, when you look at the e-cooking appliances and the technologies being scaled up, but we see that, I think on average, someone raised that on average, you find that a household may not be able to consume the 80 units that I think the regulator looks at in as far as tariff setting is concerned. As a regulator, how do you view e-cooking as part of the national electricity demand, and how do you look at addressing that particular concern?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Once again, my name is Patrick Tutembe from the Electricity Regulatory Authority. Maybe let's first put the demand into perspective. We all know that per capita consumption of electricity of a country, or the amount of electricity that is allocated to every citizen of a country, is one of the human development indicators according to the United Nations Development Program, which drives the human development agenda globally. Now, we come from a history as a country where, if you look at the Vision 2040, the per capita consumption of electricity in Uganda as at 2010 was at 775 kilowatt hours, or 75 units of electricity as of 2010. And the government made an ambitious target in the Vision 2040 that by the year 2040, the per capita consumption of electricity should go to 3,668 units of electricity. Now, going back, the electricity generation installed capacity in Uganda was less than 1,000. As we speak today, the generation capacity is more than 2,000. Now, it means that the issue of growing demand becomes very important, because when electricity is installed, the generation capacity installed, it means that costs have been incurred to invest into that generation capacity. So if you do not have demand for that generation capacity, then there are a lot of inefficiencies, there are a lot of costs that we are incurring as a country. So demand growth is really very important for us. Now, every household and every institution, if you talk about schools, hospitals, every one of us eats. But how is the food that we eat being cooked? So for me, one of the most important things, the importance of e-cooking, is that each of us eats, and the source of energy that cooks the food matters a lot. So when you even if you look at domestic customers, the people who use electricity for household use, as opposed to those who use it for institutional use, like schools and hospitals. If you look at about 2 million domestic customers, and those are the people that have electricity, they are connected to electricity. So if you were to have only 50% of these people using electricity for cooking, one is that it has been demystified that electric cooking is the cheapest mode of cooking. And I think we shall be talking about that on this panel. Now, if we can tell Ugandans who have electricity at their homes that they can actually make cost savings by cooking using electricity, even if we only achieve the 50% of these households cooking using electricity, you find that 50% of 2 million households is 1 million households. If each of them was to use only 0.3 units of cooking every time they cook, and they are cooking twice a day, in a year we would be able to have an additional sales of electricity amounting to about 1.4 million units. What does that translate into? If you work backwards, it would translate into about 25 megawatts of installed capacity being utilized only for electric cooking in households. Now, if you grow the number of households using electricity beyond 50%, if you promote electric cooking in schools and hospitals, I can tell you that electric cooking alone has a potential of even consuming 100 megawatts of electricity. And that means a lot, not only for our electricity supply industry, means a lot in terms of human development and other development indicators of Ugandans. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Patrick. Again, to encourage the audience that please take note of the questions and also the particular panelists, so that during our question and answer session, we can quickly be able to respond to that. Let's go to the regional level, and I'll invite Mr. Yunus to tell us about what IACRI is the East African Center of Excellence for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. Are you doing anything as far as e-cooking is concerned?
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me briefly start by enlightening the audience about what IACRI is. Then I go to what we are doing when it comes to electric cooking. So IACRI is the East African Center of Excellence for Renewable Energy and Efficiency. It's a body which was established by the East African community to promote renewable energy and energy efficiency. And as you see from the scope of the mandate, one, the mandate extends to 8 countries. That includes Uganda. Then 2, based on the thematic mandate of renewable energy and energy efficiency, that means it also covers clean cooking. So my colleagues here have given a very good overview of what's happening in Uganda, what some of the plans are, and what has so far been done in Uganda. But at regional level, there is a lot to do, first of all. So far, when it comes to clean cooking, we have established a regional multi-stakeholder clean cooking network. And clean cooking, that covers electric cooking as well. And this platform is aimed at increasing interaction between the stakeholders, not only at national level, but at regional level. It's a platform which brings together the private sector, the civil society, the government, as well as development partners, to promote, one, knowledge sharing, and also to promote peer-to-peer learning within the 8 East African community partner states. Then 2, we have organized a number of workshops. One, with national scope, where we are targeting countries, and we talk about issues which are of national interest and priorities at national level. One such example is a workshop we organized for Uganda on electric cooking, actually, which is the topic of today. Then at regional level, we also organized a similar workshop focusing broadly on the topic of clean cooking, which includes cooking using electricity. And it brought together all the business associations for clean cooking in the East African countries to talk about the work they are doing, to talk about their shared challenges, and to talk about what they could do together to address these challenges. Then the fourth area, which I think is very important to mention, is that recently we started the process of developing a regional renewable energy policy for the East African community. And in this policy, clean cooking, which covers also electric cooking, is one of the thematic areas. At the moment, as a region, we don't have a target for clean cooking, and even out of that, what amount of it should come from electric cooking. By the end, when we develop this policy, you will expect that the East African community will have a target on clean cooking, and also how much of that target can be achieved using electric cooking. This definitely will aggregate the already existing targets which are set, for example, for Uganda, for Kenya. I think for Tanzania, they also have an action plan which has things related to electric cooking, and including all the other countries as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Yunus. Ladies and gentlemen, those who are just joining us, we are discussing a very important topic on designing holistic energy access plans, and we are asking a question: where does electric cooking fit in? We all agree that as a country, and of course benchmarking from the rest of the countries, we always develop plans, policies and strategies, but do we always look at critical elements and areas that really concern things to do with what countries need to move forward as far as different country priorities are concerned? We know that as a country, Uganda, we have developed the energy transition plan. We have the energy policy and many other policies and strategies. But we want to find out whether, as part of priority, the element of e-cooking has been considered. And on that, going back to Engineer Herbert, we want to find out what are the key elements that have been pointed out under the e-cooking strategy. We know that I think it's been under development. You may advise us whether it is completed and what are going to be the next steps in implementing. But to be more specific, you could share to us what are the key elements of the e-cooking strategy and what is required for it to be effectively delivered. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you, my fellow panelists. Ronnie, before I respond to the question, I wanted to appreciate my colleague. I think I'm loving the efficiency of how we are summarizing the sessions. In the morning, we had a session discussing public health and e-cooking or clean cooking. And we said, everyone breathes, the quality of the air you breathe matters. Then in this session, we are saying everyone eats, the type of fuel or technology used for preparing that food matters. I think we'll have another tagline for the third session for this afternoon, but thank you very much. Now, speaking about the e-cooking strategy, and I think you laid a very good preamble that we have this tied within the framework of the National Energy Policy of 2023, which has paid special attention to clean cooking and the broader aspects of renewable energy. Now, for the e-cooking strategy, yes, right, it is 99.8% complete. Look out for a message where we'll be inviting you to the launch of the strategy. I'm aware that many of us in the room, a good number of us in the room, have participated in its development, so we have a flavor of what is there, but I will summarize the strategy. So if you have to remember the Uganda strategy, and I think CIPROS, who also articulated the strategies, the other strategies, and my colleague here to my left around the region, our e-cooking strategy is looking at two fundamental or principal elements. I will summarize those so that we do not forget them. The first is the enabling environment. Very fundamental, and I think it's Dennis who already touched on some of these aspects, the physical elements, the regulations, the standards. We want to make sure that quality is assured and ensured. But importantly, I think Dennis also mentioned the point around the institutional capacity, that we are establishing a clean cooking unit. And just to take a moment to appreciate our partners, the UK government that is supporting us, again through GGI, which you represent, Mr. Moderator. So yes, enabling environment, issues around even the technical capacity. We realized that, for instance, when you look at standards, development of standards, it's important also look at aspects of testing. We need infrastructure to test and ensure that the product getting out on the market to our people is of the right quality. Issues around coordination, I think a number of sessions have discussed this. For us at the ministry, this is very important that we move in a very coordinated manner if we are to achieve these ambitious targets that we've set ourselves, particularly within the clean energy space. Now, the second important aspect of our e-cooking strategy is what I would call addressing or focusing on the triple constraint for energy access. The triple constraint, the triple A constraint, sorry. Triple A constraint for energy access. And I will speak about the 3 A's at a time. The first A, I think, which you already talked about, is the affordability. The issue of affordability. Affordability of both the technology but also the fuel. So we want to make sure that this technology is as affordable as it can be for our people, so that we promote what we are preaching, but also the fuel, in this case the electricity. And government has put in place a number of interventions to ensure that there's still work to do, but I think there's progress in that endeavor. The second A is availability. We want to make sure that this technology is available. We want to make sure that in our nearest shop, where you get your typical groceries or food items for your kitchen, we have this technology. So availability becomes very important. We have also seen, while we're developing the strategy, that actually if we raised awareness to an extent, right now probably there's no enough product on market. You know, if you mobilized Ugandans, they are very resilient, they can react, but do we have enough product on the market? So this is very important. The third A is awareness. And my honorable minister talked about the evangelism yesterday. And I think one of the strategies or methods we do that awareness is through forums like this, where we interact, we have an opportunity to interact with stakeholders. So those three constraints are very important for any system or for anyone trying to design a successful energy access program. And those summarize really our strategy. So within those, it's important to also speak about affordability. What are we doing? What does the strategy talk about? It's important, I think we've already discussed the issue of mobilizing, coming up with the right financing mechanisms. Yesterday we received a presentation from UECCC that is, for instance, putting out some financing facilities to support this access. Issues around carbon finance, and I'm glad that we have my colleague from the Climate Finance Unit. These become very important in addressing this, what we would call the might be barrier of upfront cost. Within availability, when you look at electricity, government is doing a lot of interventions, implementing a number of efforts to ensure that the network, and that is for the customers that access the grid, is able to support some of these technologies that we intend to add to the grid. I think that is maybe, I will speak about awareness and make a plea to members in the audience that we are fortunate to have you, and I think outside we have a whole expo that has a lot of this technology. It is my plea that as you live here, grab yourself an EPC, become the change agent. Become the change agent, or if you do not grab one, at least make a plan, initiate a plan for you to get yourself an EPC. There's a number of models in the market where you can pay in installments. I think we have colleagues. Please pay attention in the exhibition. But this technology we think is very important, and we are happy to support in that regard. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you. Thank you, Engineer Herbert. And let me come to you, Mr. Patrick, because this is directly linked to, I think, the work you've done in the past. I think ERA has introduced the e-cooking tariff, and I understand you've had some experiences. Kindly share some of the insights of how it is working, and if there is need for improvement, what do you think should be the approach?
Thank you very much, moderator. We have a product in the pricing of electricity that is called the cooking tariff. Maybe to elaborate that, one of the mandates that the Electricity Regulatory Authority has is to approve the tariffs and charges that Ugandans pay for the electricity services. One of the challenges and the message challenges that we're facing in the attempt to promote e-cooking is that cooking with electricity is very expensive. It is very hard to go to a population and tell them that if you cannot afford bread, you can take cake. You have a population that is grappling with the costs of living. Many people are buying charcoal, which they are even failing to afford. And then you're telling them to cook using electricity. That was the challenge that we're facing in our attempt to promote electric cooking. At that time, the technology that is currently known and available was not as common and available as it is, the electric pressure cooking technology. And there had been a study that was conducted under the auspices of MEX, Modern Energy Cooking Services, represented here on the panel, that compared the costs of cooking for the different technologies, charcoal, LPG, paraffin, and electricity. And at that time, the cost of electric cooking that were being compared were based on the efficiency of a hot plate. Now, let me tell you something, that if you boil water in a typical percolator, this boiling of water is likely to cost you half a unit. If you boil one of the hardest meals that we have, either beans or the hard meat, the hoof, what we call mlokone, in an electric pressure cooker, you're not likely to use half a unit. The maximum you are likely to use is half a unit. Now, if you were to do that meal on a hot plate, it's going to be very expensive. And that time, the study had showed that charcoal was still cheaper than electricity. So we said, okay, let's try to create a package of electricity that we can give to Ugandans and enable them to cook with electricity at a cost that is cheaper than charcoal. And at that time, we ended up with a package of 70 units that every household or domestic customer of electricity can purchase at 412 shillings. And at that time, if a household was able to purchase electricity at 412 shillings, it would be cheaper than using charcoal. Now, comes in the mix of energy efficiency using a pressure cooker. Even without any subsidized tariff, even without a cooking tariff, it has been established that electric cooking with an electric pressure cooker is more than 50% less than the cost of cooking using charcoal. So the message that we want to give Ugandans is that let's all embrace electric cooking. The benefits have already been stipulated, but the most important benefit is that for every meal that you cook in an electric pressure cooker, you're actually saving money compared to if you were to do that meal on charcoal. So from the year 2022, the electric cooking tariff has been implemented, and in terms of signaling, we have seen some benefits in terms of messaging, because before we introduced this electric cooking tariff, we had on average the customers on the domestic customer class, the average consumption per month was about 35 units per month. But we see today that this average has grown to between 42 units to 45 units a month. Of course, we also take cognizance that there are few customers who are above that average, and there are many people who are utilizing this electric cooking tariff. But everything else aside, even if you find the message very hard to take, you take the message that if you cook in an electric pressure cooker, even if the unit of electricity was at 1,000, your cooking is still going to be cheaper than if you used charcoal. And science and facts are there to prove that that is a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick. Let me come to you, Dr. Louise. I know that, I think from your experience, designing the pilots and the like, scaling up e-cooking, I think you've used some planning tools or models. And if you could share what are some of those models or tools that are available to support integrated energy planning.
Thank you. So the session is talking about integrated energy planning, and we've zoomed in on e-cooking. But one of the reasons we talk about integrated energy planning is because a cooking load has to be thought about when infrastructure is created. There have been examples where in other countries where villages have been electrified, but the wires are not strong enough to carry the load required for cooking. So to then go back and add a cooking load is millions. Whereas if it was done from the beginning, the infrastructure is ready and people can just turn it on and use it. So for anybody who's interested in the concept of integrated energy planning, which we all fully support e-cooking, but it's a good topic, and I know there's lots of students in the room. There's a great report just being published by SE for All, Sustainable Energy for All, and MEX, that really digs into the tools and considerations for planning and implementing e-cooking. It demonstrates the opportunities, the benefits. It helps you develop scenarios which you can use in these models, and it talks about all the different models and tools available, many of which are open access. So you can just go onto the websites and you can plug some numbers in and you can start to see what different scenarios might look like. So just a plug for that resource. It's available on the MEX website. And it would be a great thing to look at for anyone who's enjoyed the discussions today about how we really, really build the consideration of e-cooking into the much wider challenge of growing our infrastructure.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Now, we've been talking about embedding e-cooking, but also looking at a broader perspective when it comes to emission reductions. And we realize that there's a direct linkage when we look at e-cooking as an intervention for reducing emissions. And as we may be aware, we have the Paris Agreement, and under that we have Article 6. I want to invite Mr. Mugaga to help us briefly talk about what Article 6 is, and maybe try and dissect for us if there are opportunities that we could pick from there and integrate them into our e-cooking agenda.
Thank you once again. Before I go to the question, it's good that we are preparing and gearing up for COP29 in Baku, where we're going to discuss and negotiate a number of articles of the Paris Agreement. We have to look at Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement and how it links to Article 9 that speaks to climate financing. So the emphasis that climate financing should be linked to the ambitions in reduction of emissions and resilience, actually, because e-cooking also speaks to resilience of communities. Now, that Article 6, is helping us meet at a global level the ambition of reducing our emissions and keeping the temperatures to 1.5, but also for Uganda, what does it mean? It means that we can also meet our targets in terms of reduction of emissions, like we've set it in the NDC of 24.7%. Now, as on my side as the Minister of Finance and the Climate Finance Unit, Article 6 means climate financing. It's basically money for us. We look at it as an opportunity to raise financing for all actions, including e-cooking. And we are taking a whole government approach. And what do I mean by this? In the past, we've been hearing issues to do with Article 6 speaking to tree planting only. And people would talk about sale of credits out of tree planting. But then now we know that the opportunities even when it comes to e-cooking, because it means that directly by using EPCs, you're reducing emissions, you're reducing household emissions across board, and you're meeting your targets. And also, it means that also other sectors should be looked at. A case in point, I know most of you might not want to hear this, but the oil and gas sector of Uganda has opportunities when it comes to carbon markets. The methodology you use and the methodology that Uganda is going to use to extract oil is actually a methodology that directly speaks to a reduction of emissions. The operation in terms of leakages, the fact that we are looking at technologies that are going to help us reduce on leakages in production, that is an opportunity for carbon markets. So in all the sectors of Uganda, we have opportunities of carbon markets. So specifically, how can Article 6 be leveraged to push the agenda for e-cooking in Uganda? One, it's going to give us an opportunity to enable creation of emission reductions through e-cooking that can be traded and then help us to attract international investments. By having projects, I see a number of developers here that are geared towards reducing emissions and having the technologies to understand how much you've reduced. We have an opportunity to play a role in the international market. Now, I'm sure there are colleagues from Ministry of Water and Environment, but it is also helping us to do and improve transparency and accountability, because we are building a measurement and reporting and verification system to understand and ensure that our emissions and credits from carbon markets are credible. So already there's some work that is ongoing. As I told you, we are working on the fiscal carbon markets framework, but the Ministry of Water and Environment is actually taking lead on the overall Article 6 framework. And these are going to help give the developers credibility to be in the market, to make sure that all those that want to play a role when it comes to e-cooking have an opportunity to raise more financing that can be used to scale up climate action or even undertake e-cooking, more e-cooking. Now, if you look at Article 6, where it talks about 6.2, where there are bilateral cooperation in terms of trading emissions between credits between countries, there's an opportunity to raise financing that can ultimately also be used to scale up e-cooking. Then lastly, I want to talk about the local benefits. When we go into projects that are carbon related in terms of e-cooking, we are not only getting the benefit when it comes to money for e-cooking, but also we have green jobs created. We have an opportunity to have the youth, the women involved in this sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dennis. And let me come to Mr. Yunus, also looking at the regional perspective. I know we heard from Engineer Herbert here about what Uganda is doing, and he was able to take us through the different strategies, of course working with the rest of the other entities like ERA. At the regional level, do you have unique ambitions? Because being at the center of the East African region, where Uganda is designing their plans and the rest of the other countries, what is your ambition or vision as far as having a comprehensive or integrated implementation roadmap is concerned?
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to start by saying that my fellow panelists have made my work easier in responding to this question, because they have talked about strategies, they have talked about access to finance, they have also talked about standards. But the responses from them are looking at national level, at the level of Uganda. And at the East African community level, there are a couple of things we also plan. But before I go to that, let me start by why it would actually be important to do some of these things at regional level. Think of our market as Uganda. Haven't you ever had the issue that an investor would want to go somewhere but they feel the market is small? Yeah. So this is why it would be important to work at regional level. It aggregates the market. We stop looking at one country, but instead 8 countries. And that is the same thing with standards. If we do a standard, that standard will apply to 8 countries. We will also be able to maximize synergies if we're looking at regional level, and then there will be increased efficiency due to reduced duplication. Now, that said, what are the ambitions at regional level? At the moment, IACRI is developing their strategic plan for the year 2025 to 2030. And in this strategic plan, IACRI has identified 10 areas in which they would support the East African community and the partner states in their dream of pursuing a just energy transition. And clean cooking has been marked as one of those 10 areas. In there are targets and the indicators which have been set in relation to electric cooking. So, very first thing is to develop a regional strategy for clean cooking, which will capture electric cooking in it. And this strategy will definitely aggregate the already strategy developed from Uganda, will capture Kenya, will also capture Tanzania,
and create a framework for the other countries which don't have an existing strategy yet. That's the first thing. Then the second very key area we are looking at is standards. All these electric cooking appliances we're talking about, there has to be a minimum energy performance standard so that the East African community does not become a dumping site for technologies which are not efficient, and then they end up in the country. But what we are saying is, instead of developing these minimum energy performance standards country by country, we develop them 8 times for the 8 East African countries. We are also looking at developing these standards at regional level. The good news here is that if 1 or 2 countries have developed these standards at a national level, if the regional standard is eventually developed and it comes to play, it will override the national standard. And by law, the countries are mandated to adopt those standards within 6 months. So instead of making standards country by country, we are looking at having these standards at regional level. We have done this for lighting, and now we are in an advanced stage of doing the minimum energy performance standards for cooling appliances. And we think in the strategic period we have until 2030, it's possible to develop the standards for EPCs, to develop the standards for induction cookers and any other electric cooking appliances. Then in at least 4 of the 8 East African countries, there's a big drive to promote electric cooking. But then what about the skills part? What certifications exist, if they are there? And if they exist, are they harmonized? And this is something we are looking at, to harmonize certifications for technicians, for trainers, when it comes to installing these electric cooking appliances, because we're not looking at domestic level only, also at institutional level, operating them, maintaining them. We are looking at having a harmonized training system at regional level. The fourth area I would like to talk about at regional level is the awareness creation. We organize a number of conferences. We're already good at this at regional level, but also we have the ambition of having a regional conference which should focus on clean cooking, which brings together all the partner states and the stakeholders in it, so that we learn from each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yunus. And this brings us to the end of our first session, and I would request you to give our panelists a round of applause for taking us through and responding to that. I'll now open the floor to the audience. I understand you were able to take quite a number of questions, and I'll request my namesake Ronnie to help me pass the microphone.
All right, we'll keep it short and sweet. Your name and who you're addressing the question to. We have another mic there, so put up your hand. And
thank you. My name is Agawa Kosma. I'm a teacher and a renewable energy researcher. And allow me direct to Mr. Patrick. About e-cooking, we have a challenge that especially when it rains, then in many parts of the country we shall not have electricity. And the issue has been with infrastructure. Are we planning to improve on the available infrastructure in that case? for actually this grid electricity tends to be like intermittent. Then, has any research been made about the feasibility of this e-cooking in rural areas and among the low-income earning city dwellers? Because people are used of, I can buy charcoal for 3,000 and then that charcoal is enough to cook for that particular day. But when you look at the upfront cost of, for example, buying the cheapest pressure cooker, it goes to, with subsidization, around 250,000 Ugandan shillings. Can we put measures to at least help people be able to at least manage the initial cost of this? And then, minus this conference, where else have we disseminated this information? Have we thought about passing through the cultural and religious leaders for they are able to convince the people? Otherwise, much of the time we get the information from people who are doing business, and as they are trying to convince us about this e-cooking, we think they are marketing their businesses. I thank you.
All right.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Zaguja Rashid, and I work with Stakeholder, Center for Integrated Research and Community Development, Uganda, as a technical manager. I'm not familiar with the names of the panelists, but I'll be mentioning the item. Maybe the panelist will get, the one who presented it will clearly get the information. I'll begin with the one who talked about enabling environment, and he talked about emphasizing creating more laboratories, because you see most of these technologies need to be tested before they are taken to the community. I just want to, in my opinion, don't waste a lot of energy in developing more laboratories. To me, I would think you would focus on empowering the already existing laboratories to be doing the work of testing these EPCs and other energy-saving technologies. Another point, I want to disagree with the panelist who talked about using electricity being so cheaper compared to like charcoal and other fuels. Why I would disagree? One, happen to be one of the users of EPCs, 100%, and I have 2 of them. But even before I mention or I disagree, I want to, this goes to the carbon credit funders. There is an element where you cannot get more than 1 EPC or even 2 or 3. Why? Because carbon finance does not allow that. You should have 1. If you were to have another one, you will forge an ID of your grandmother or give there a telephone contact of a neighbor, such that it looks like you are not the same person buying. So we need to come up with a policy, because look at how people use even charcoal. One will have 3 stoves or more than 1 stove. So if you strict us and you take us into forging IDs and names of other people to happen, not have 1 EPC, it's not correct. So the one of cheaper electricity, I have 2 EPCs at home. So if I put there tea, I put there katogo for breakfast. Assume each EPC will use half a unit, meaning that is 1 unit on breakfast. If I use the same meal, dish, and food on lunch, those are 2 units already. On evening tea, maybe that is only tea half a unit, those are 2.5, and supper, so those are 3 units in a day, which is to me equivalent to the 3,000 shillings I was using to buy charcoal a day. So me, with using EPCs, I appreciate cleanliness, fast and emission-free, but with energy saving, it has not come out so clearly. And also last time I mentioned another problem. We have EPCs of different capacities. We have the one of 6 liters up to
Rashid,
the sizes.
if you could kindly summarize?
Yeah, 1 minute. Up to the sizes they have upgraded. But you look at these EPCs, they have different wattage capacity. The EPC of 6 liters will be using 1,000 watts, and the one which is upgrading maybe now 10 liters, it will have like 1.2 watts or 1.3. That means you'll be using more power compared to the smaller.
Thank you, Rashid. We'll take maybe 2 or 3 more questions. Hopefully there's a lady there. Let's keep it short and sweet.
Great. Thank you so much, Ronnie, and Ronnie as well, and thank you, the panelists. My name is Howard Mwesigwa, and I'm the team lead for energy and environment at Kalugum Company. And my question goes to Mr. Dennis Mugaga from the Climate Finance Unit on the Article 6 mechanism here as we have it, but also extending it to clean cooking. And I know the Ministry of Water and Environment is currently undertaking the regulations we need. We've been advocating for those regulations for the longest time. And we look at, for example, countries like Ghana that have gone a long way. Even Kenya, I think, is taking some tremendous steps in having a more transparent, legal and regulatory framework around carbon markets. I don't know what your take is, Mr. Mugaga, on how we're involving.
Mr. Mwesigwa, if you could kindly just be clear on the question.
Yes, I was just getting the second, Ronnie, if I may proceed. Great. Yes, my question goes to Mr. Mugaga, of course, who was following. What are we doing exactly to ensure that we're involving the local communities who are actually at the tail end of the carbon markets, to ensure they understand how this is working, but also how they can benefit? Because some of the challenges there are middlemen who are going to take the lion's share, and yet the actual contribution is coming from these local communities or these individuals at the tail end. But also to understand that carbon market is not just about planting trees. It's so broad when it comes to the emissions reductions mechanism that can give you a latitude to benefit and participate in the carbon markets. Thank you.
All right, we have a lady there. Thank you. Please turn it on or use this one.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Dr. Brenda, lecturer from MOBS. My question goes to ERA, yeah? And also someone who talked about the domestic tariff that is currently on EPCs. How do the new meters convert me or get to know that actually I'm not using Yaka for I'm not using for lighting, but I'm now using for cooking to give me that domestic tariff? Okay? I have really struggled to see that. The other question goes to Iakri, Mr. Yunus. Yeah, my neighbor also tells me this. In Uganda, how do you work with different organized groups to try and take the information about energy efficiency? Because most consumers are suffering a lot on consumption because of energy efficiency, and especially on behavior change and mindset. Then my neighbor also has something to add on. Thank you.
People are clever.
I think let's first take this. One more question, then we shall get back.
Good afternoon, everyone. My request is to fund organized groups like ours, the Empower, Equip, Military Families Association, so that we can spread the gospel of e-power to all military families which are scattered all over the country.
Okay, thank you very much for those questions. I see your hand, but let's first get responses to those, then we get back. Thank you.
Especially the one on Yaka meters, it seems at the grassroots level, people really want to know.
Okay. I think the first question was on infrastructure. What's the way forward? Because someone was asking, I think directed to Mr. Patrick, about the infrastructure challenges, and yet this is so critical when it comes to scaling up e-cooking. So what is ERA? What plans does ERA have in regards to that?
Okay, thank you very much. The question was about power reliability, right? Power going off. Okay. Of course, one of the challenges of using electricity is that the network may not give you power every minute of the year. But also, I can tell you that I have used the LPG before, that when you are using a gas cylinder, you can also be cooking and actually gas gets finished. Now, I know that networks globally are not at the same level, but we have to acknowledge where ours has come from. Different parts of the country have different levels of reliability. You find that in rural areas where you have weaker lines and you have lines that are very far away from substations, you find that the reliability levels of those lines is actually much lower than maybe reliability levels of lines in Kampala. And even in Kampala, you find that different areas have different reliability levels, but this is a continuous process. You find that in some areas, in January, power is more stable, but because maybe a factory gets established in those areas and it jeopardizes how reliable power becomes in that area until reinforcement works are done. So the issue of power reliability is a continuous challenge that we deal with, and the reason why we need a versatile operator to ensure that when these challenges arise, they are resolved. But if we are to be very honest with ourselves, that the state of power reliability that we had 10 years ago is not the same state that we are now. We are at a much level of reliability generally as a country, although we recognize that there will be certain areas where you find that their power has deteriorated. But this is something that gets worked on, and it's a continuous process. It's not something which we say we have improved and will not go back. It's not something we say it has deteriorated and will not improve. So it's something that we have to continually keep addressing as a regulatory authority with the licensed companies that we regulate. But also maybe to highlight that from the year 2020, the issue of power reliability becomes a direct regulatory target. That if a distribution company improves power reliability, there is an incentive that there is a reward that they get in their tariff structure. And when reliability targets are not achieved, then the company is penalized. So the regulation takes reliability very seriously, and it's part of the regulatory targets that are set for distribution companies. We recognize that it is a challenge that we have to deal with all the time, and our desire is that our networks progressively keep improving to ensure that we achieve more and more levels of power reliability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick. I think there was one more question that came from Doctor about meters. I think maybe you could exhaust all the questions, then we move.
Yes, there was an issue about, before the one of meters, there was a question on cost comparison. I think this is scientific, and I know that many people have used EPCs. I don't know why an equipment would be called an EPC and needs a half a unit to cook what we call katogo. Because my experience with the different cookers is that katogo would take you less than 0.25 units. If yours takes half a unit, I hope there is somebody from Makerere University Center for Renewable Energy. That EPC needs to be checked. It cannot be an EPC if it can cook katogo at half a unit.
Thank you very much.
On the issue of meters, we have had long discussions on how we can make the cooking tariff a little more targeted. But what we need to know is that the cooking tariff does not segregate which power is being used for cooking and which power is being used for other things. Although, that's where we intend to go. Because technology keeps enabling us to achieve things that we're not achieving before. Currently, we have seen that equipments themselves can be monitored. So, if we are able to achieve a level of supply chain whereby most of our electric cooking equipments can be metered, can be monitored, and then you know that, of course, an EPC or a cooker cannot be used for ironing. So if you are able to monitor a cooker, which we have seen starting to happen, if we are able to have this, the energy usage of this equipment being monitored at a licensed company level, then we should be able to differentiate and give you full benefits of a tariff, a lower tariff for the energy that is used for cooking. But for now, there is an assumption that was included that by the time somebody achieves energy usage of 80 units in a month, then most likely as a domestic user, you are not only using cooking electricity for ironing, for TV, you are likely to be a person who uses electricity for cooking. And that's why right now that e-cooking tariff has a threshold of 80 units every month, so it's being enjoyed by people who are able to use 80 units and above. But it's also capped because we realize that if you do not cap the number of units, then you are likely to have some people who are even converting households for industrial use, and that's not our objective of the cooking tariff. So there is also a capping of 150 units, and for that matter, the electricity cooking tariff, that lower tariff of 412 shillings applies to the units that you use up to a maximum of 150, having started from 80 every month. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. There was a question directed to Yunus, if you could respond to that.
Yeah, thank you. The question from Dr. Brenda was about how we work with organized groups, and also about the issues the communities are facing when it comes to energy efficiency, and how we support on those areas. Dr. Brenda did not mention to you that she is also a General Secretary for Energy Efficiency Association of Uganda. I'm sure that's why she has brought that issue of efficiency. Yeah, thank you. One, we are open to partnerships, and we're open to working with organized groups at different levels, and any other groups, whether we're going to do that at strategic level, at tactical level, or at operational level. I think that will be a discussion for another time. Yeah. Then on efficiency aspect, I think I will address this in two ways. One is on what we plan to do, and then two is on what we have done. Yeah, so far, on what we plan to do, as I mentioned, we are just developing our strategic plan for the year 2025 to 2030, and we have mapped 10 areas, and energy efficiency in all sectors is one of the 10 areas. Then on what we have done, you know, our scope is wide as a regional body. But in terms of creating awareness, we have done in the previous time several trainings and workshops on different topics when it comes to energy efficiency. Then we have also developed some minimum energy performance standards for lighting appliances. We are now in the advanced stage of completing the minimum energy performance standards for cooling appliances. That is refrigerators and air conditioners. And we are supporting the 8 partner states to implement those minimum energy performance standards. We have provided each of them with portable lighting testing equipment so that it can improve their market surveillance capabilities. And then we are building a reference lighting testing facility in Uganda National Bureau of Standards. The work's at advanced stage, and we hope in the coming month you will hear from us when it will be launched. Then we have also tested different business models like ESCOs, lighting as a service, pumping as a service, cooling as a service. We have tested them by supporting different SMEs in the different, in at least 3 EAC partner states, by installing some equipment there and collecting information from these, and eventually they will be published on how these can propel those different mechanisms. Unfortunately, the work we have done on efficiency, a lot of it is actually on SMEs, on industries, but not yet on clean cooking. But I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go to Mr. Dennis. I think there were 2 questions. One came from Rashid. Actually, it was a reaction or a disagreement on, it was disagreeing on the possibilities of having 2 clean cooking technologies accessing opportunities for climate finance. If you could maybe respond to that. It was you? Okay, sorry. Okay.
Thank you very much. Very high quality questions. I will, if you permit, I'll go through. I had noted from the first question.
Sure.
Maybe to supplement something from what Patrick has submitted on the issue of electricity disappearing during the rainy seasons and what he called reliability. 2 or 3 things. One, when we're working on our national e-cooking strategy, we did a study that looked at some of these issues. Interestingly, for Kampala, the greater Kampala metropolitan area, this remains a challenge in terms of a perceptual challenge, because in Kampala we have a reliability of slightly over 75%. But what was interesting is what we call the availability, that the people who get electricity when you want to use it. These are 2 issues. The availability, if you flick on the switch and the electricity is there when you need to use it. This was 98.9%. Now reliability is the other issue, and not to downplay it, it remains very important. And like Patrick has noted, I think it is like repairing a road or a car. So we're talking about something that is continuous improvement, continuous investment. You repair one line, another part of the network will be aging. It needs constant work, just like our road network. But the second aspect, I think, and this is really an appeal to all of us, reliability. Normally when we are talking about this technology, we talk about reliability. It is also good, and it may not be a very good one-to-one comparison, but how many of us refuse to get a TV because we have this perception about electricity? So there's an element of mindset that it is possible. This remains a challenge, but it shouldn't stop us from really adopting and embracing this technology. The other aspect around this is within our national integrated strategy, because of the appreciation we attach on some of these issues. We understand that most of our kitchens, we do what we call stacking. So when you go to most of our kitchens, increasingly even in the countryside now, you'll find someone has at least 1+ technology. So because cooking is every day, it's important that that then becomes an aspect or a strategy of how we improve. As the network improves, we do not fail to cook because we said it's a life requirement. The other question was around whether there's a feasibility in the informal sectors for the urban poor. Maybe Mr. Moderator note that as a ministry we have already been in some of the informal communities. We've started in Kampala, piloting in 2 of them, just to appreciate the adoption of this technology. And I can report that it's been amazing. We've done some work in Kasokoso and Chisenyi. In Chisenyi, I'll give some statistics. Out of the about 3,000 households in Chisenyi informal community, today as we speak, about 600 of those have embraced e-cooking. What have been the enablers among those is obviously awareness. People began to appreciate this amidst the challenges we're seeing with charcoal. Charcoal now, the bag has almost tripled. For some of us who are still, the minister said some of us are still sinning. Some of us still have charcoal in our backyards. For some of us who are still sinning, the charcoal price has almost tripled. So in this community, because of awareness, but secondly, because of the financing mechanism, in that community, we piloted a mechanism where people are paying in installments. And it's driving adoption very high. The third question, interesting one, was the question around, apart from REC, where else are we doing this awareness? I don't know if we have UNAC in the room. UNAC has been making a lot of work around awareness and noting that for us, we work closely through these partnerships. UNAC is our National Alliance on Clean Cooking. But secondly, I mentioned our 3 A's for access, awareness, and we're implementing, we've started, before even launching our strategy on e-cooking, we are already implementing. So through our colleagues, working with our colleagues, MEX, who have helped us to put together this strategy, we are rolling out a national e-cooking awareness program and campaign. So we're already implementing our strategy. And as happy, last year I think it was the British High Commissioner who noted that we must take the discussion out of here and go for action. Action, action, action. For us at the Ministry of Energy, we're already moving, working through some of these partnerships. I think the colleague who had a challenge, who is using a number of EPCs, talked about working with the other facilities, the labs in the country for testing. Indeed, you're right and spot on, that is the approach. Under this, we're already working with the national facility, UNBS, but also the other facilities in the country to enhance that capacity, ensure we have the right infrastructure, requisite infrastructure to upscale. The other comment I think he had was he cannot access another appliance if he has accessed one from another ESCO, another energy service company. And I think at the ministry, that is feedback we have received. We are already discussing, I think we've had a discussion with a number of, particularly this I think is in reference to the UECCC. We have recently have discussions trying to see mechanisms of how these can be streamlined. Dr. Brand, I think you talked about the disaggregation. I just wanted to supplement and say, today if you have your Umeme app on your phone, very accessible, you're able to see your utilization in a month. And I encourage each of us, for us who have these devices, if you use your Umeme app, you can check your statement and you're able to see which units were acquired at what rate. It will be able to show you the units you've received under that rate for e-cooking. So I encourage members to look at that. I think I will leave it at that. Moderator, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Engineer Herbert. I think you have summarized it very well. And ladies and gentlemen, allow me to just
Gentlemen, our time is rather fast spent.
A minute.
Yeah. Now, I thought that it shouldn't be taken as a message that you cannot buy more than one EPC. You can actually buy multiple EPCs anywhere in the market. I think I don't know whether we can get clarity or may not get clarity, but I think it relates to the EPCs that are being distributed on the scheme which qualify for carbon financing. That if you are giving carbon financing and you're having cookers, you first give to people who do not have before you give somebody more than one cooker. But otherwise, you can buy in the market as many EPCs as you want.
Correct.
Thank you very much. We know that this is really an interesting discussion, and also we are aware that there are quite a number of burning questions out there. But please feel free. Because of time, we shall stop here. But all our experts are open during the lunch break and the rest of the day. Please approach them, and we continue the discussion. Thank you very much, and allow me to thank our distinguished panelists for this session, and also the audience for staying around. And we appreciate this time, and let's continue to preaching this message. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A round of applause for Ronnie and the team. Well done, well done. Indeed, they are available to take any more questions. But it's really lunchtime, and as I speak, all the other breakout teams have already gone for lunch. So I encourage us to make haste, go for lunch, and be back in time for our last two panel discussions. Thank you so much for our panelists. Maybe just a group photo on the stage, and a token of appreciation from the ushers. Thank you, thank you. Please be responsible with your property. As safe as it might be here, I encourage you move with your laptops, and please don't leave them behind. Thank you. Mr. DJ, over to you, sir.
Smart 24, driving business.
Align very well with government efforts.
Out of the 20 programs
in the National Development Plan. So standing here today to commission a project like this, which is going to supply power to 3,000 people, 3,000 customers, which is going to facilitate production of IC, which is a commercial requirement. We thank God for that visionary leadership and celebrating today. I say all this for God and my country.
But you're seeing the work done. These people stayed up at night, weekends. They worked through their summer holidays, through Christmas, even when there was little hope on the other side, because at one point during COVID, with blockages, we had no hope. But we persevered, and they made it possible. And I hope you do take the time to look at them in the face one by one, because there's many of them. And without each and every one of them, we could have never, ever realized this. So you have my entire gratitude from the bottom of my heart. Thank you all.
electric cooking and biodigesters as well, and really looking into how can we upscale these nascent markets. So in the cooking space, that's sort of the journey that we've walked with some of these companies, a lot of whom I see here in the room today. So to your first question on how we've supported the clean cooking space, I'll maybe tackle it from the 3 areas of supply, demand, and enabling environment. For the supply side, we've worked with a lot of these companies to increase and improve their sales and distribution infrastructure. What does that mean? How can we decentralize this so that they are no longer concentrated in Kampala, but can have either production centers up country, they can set up vending distribution partnerships across the regions so that they get these products closer to the end users. So through that, we've done results-based financing, as my colleague Francis from PSFU mentioned, but we've also looked into ensuring these businesses that we work with have good operating procedures, can be formalized so that they are able to upscale. So we've been offering also business development support to build that resilience, improve their operational structures, enable them to source additional funding and reach out to more users. I think we'll also get into a little bit later on some of the refugee and host community interventions that we've done in clean cooking, ensuring that also for them they are not left behind in this energy access race. So I can share about that more also following my colleagues. I'll start with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victoria. That is great, at least supporting companies on the distribution network. We all know that reaching, especially the last mile, these people who even need these technologies more, it is a big challenge, and a big challenge for companies to be able to imagine transporting a cook stove of maybe 20,000 shillings or 50 or 100, but you're taking it deep down in Buhweju, you're taking it deep down in Kisoro, you have to take it in Sironko, you have to take it as far as the islands. It is a bit of a challenge, and it is important that companies are supported. I'll go to Miriam Chisamba from the Uganda Development Corporation. I've seen you've been doing a lot of projects under Uganda Development Corporation, but we also want to know how can UDC support the adoption of clean cooking in Uganda as a government agency, and also what sort of financing is required for scaling different clean cooking technologies, e.g. bioethanol or e-cooking.
Thank you. For Uganda Development Corporation, it's best one understands what we do first. We are the investment arm of government, meaning we go into strategic areas or sectors, and that's by strategic, I mean we have certain fundamental principles we consider to invest. First, we look at job creation. Job creation is very key as we appraise our projects which we receive. We look at utilization of local raw materials. We look at promotion of trade balance, that is import substitution and export promotion. We also like to look at regional balance, like we ensure our projects are not concentrated in one region. And lastly, we look at local entrepreneurship. We do encourage local entrepreneurs, though we do not only invest with them. It depends on the other aspects of the project that we're getting into. So basically, those are the principles we follow. And in the sectors, we are in agro-industrialization, mineral beneficiation, and we're also in services and infrastructure development. So in line with clean cooking, we really find clean cooking a strategic area for support because it is in line with our agro-industrialization agenda. As we know, clean cooking, especially for biofuels, goes a long way with the biomass, utilization of our biomass. And therefore, for job creation, it's already strategic because our farmers out there have to grow these whatever biomass we've selected, be it cassava or maize. They have to grow it either at large scale. If it's not at large scale, at least we have numbers. Many farmers have to grow this and have collecting centers, and therefore there is income because we are our mandate is to ensure economic and industrial development of the country. So the more numbers that are involved in a project like this, the better for us, because we are reaching out and deep to the household incomes, increasing household incomes. If our farmers can grow this cassava, the maize, and and it's off taken by these companies. So that we find clean cooking, especially in biofuel, is very strategic. And in fact, we have invested with Bukona Agro-Processors Limited. We are equity. We have equity ownership there, and Bukona, I think many of you have seen. I think they have displayed what they do. They are producing this green fuel, which has been strategic in the area of export promotion, because over 95% of the ethanol has been exported to Vivo in Kenya, and of late have acquired a market with Unido in Tanzania. So we find such a very strategic for investment for our country, and therefore we can't also leave out the fact that clean cooking, you need a healthy population, definitely. And if it even goes into the area of health, and it's also saving time, it's convenient, and it's also sustainable. Environmental sustainability is key when you're going into such projects and you're investing on behalf of government. Therefore, environmental sustainability is also another key area. And therefore, clean cooking, I could say, is an area which the government is very much interested in supporting. if I could speak to the area of adoption of clean cooking. Clean cooking is also, like other discussants in the sessions before and even now have shared, it's an area which is still needs a lot of awareness for the population to pick it up. They still, much as you say a pressure cooker, an electric pressure, an EPCs will cost this amount of units, it will be cheaper than charcoal. I had an argument like that before lunch where someone was like, no, this, I use this and that. You have to have many ambassadors, many people have used it to down there in the community to reach out to let others pick on, because they will have to first tell their story on how much they have saved, or how it has been convenient, it has helped them save time maybe for other errands they're supposed to run, and maybe take it all the way to women communities and who are women groups, led groups that, you know, because women are mainly most affected with this cooking because it really takes time. So there, such people will be able to pass on that message. So that's the challenge we face so far. If you, at least with the private sector that we have invested with so far, is that of the market adoption. Indeed, there's a lot of awareness that is required even from our leaders, because if it involves the green fuel, for example, which involves the farmers who have to grow now this raw material, we need also the leadership. We need, there's a lot of mobilization. One institution cannot work alone. One government institution cannot be enough. We need the private sector, the NGOs. We need a lot of players to be able to mobilize the people to know that these crops will be off-taken and in what kind, and also to know that this is an economic, this is for the development of their areas, if they are to grow this, and the company off-takes, to see this as something which has come to help them on both sides, for them to be able to use a convenient kind of cooking, and also at the same time off-take from them their crops, whatever they have grown. So we face the challenge of that you may find at some season when the raw material is not sufficient, and therefore this affects also the cost of production if you are buying the raw material in these fluctuating prices, and then you may not be able to compete. Actually, we lost a market some time back of Vivo in Kenya, where Brazil brought in cheaper fuel because we could not, compete with their price by a few cents, but because our raw material was not being, the mobilization of the growing, our raw material was not being supported very well by everyone who is supposed to be involved. So there is a lot of support that's needed, and therefore this trickles down to the person who's supposed to adopt this energy as their source of energy. Because if they come today and the crate of fuel, a liter of fuel is 5,000, then another time it's 5,500 because the season has changed, then, it affects. And therefore, we need to do a lot of mobilization to ensure that stability of the raw material with all the government MDAs and NGOs that are in line with that, to ensure that this the price remains stable, and also therefore the population will be able to adopt. And also we have the issue of subsidies, like someone will share here from PSFU, maybe G's, and all those that have offered subsidies. And even Bukona, our investee company, has been one of the beneficiaries. It helps because the high capital investment involved in someone acquiring these stoves, the cooking stove, the whole combo, because they sell it in combo. They have the stove, the fuel, and that starter pack. It's quite expensive. So the subsidies go a long way in supporting this initiative. But also at the same time, it comes with some challenges of the fact that subsidies, the companies or institutions that are going to offer the subsidies they may not discuss, so they may come in at different times with different packages, and once these packages are rolled out there, you may find someone saying, I bought my stove at maybe this price, and another saying, no, they're cheating you, it's supposed to be at this price. Then because the two parties are bought from different subsidies, so it also distorts the market a bit because the pricing is affected. But otherwise, at the same time, we welcome the subsidies because they help at least roll out to a number of people. And also, I think for the sustainability would be the carbon, buying the carbon credits, which we shall talk about later, maybe. But thank you very much for this.
Thank you so much, Miriam. I also see that you're pointing to an issue of partnerships, that if one person is trying to implement something, they will need support, they will need to work with another organization, either a community organization or a development partner or government, to be able to effectively implement some of these projects. And that brings me to Mr. Kajura Francis from PSFU on this program which you are working on, where you're supposed to reach 23,000 households with solar PV technologies, but 185,000 households with improved cook stoves. That is our main focus today, and 5,000 households with higher tier cook stove technologies. And of course, you're focusing on these districts that are quite far, and the refugee communities in Jumani, Bidibidi, Kiriandongo, Robure, Parabek, Palolinya, Rhino Camp, and the others in other host communities in the Amuru, Marachane, Binoya, Moyo, Pakwach, Zombo. Please also give us your insights on the side of PSFU. What are you doing to support clean cooking adoption? And also, how can RBF programs be designed to support those with limited working capital? We know that most of our local companies have challenges of working capital. And even when we have RBFs, someone needs the capital to be able to start on these sales. I've been a salesperson before. I've owned a solar company, but I also speak to a number of renewable energy companies. And these are some of the challenges that people face. And so it is important that we have to design our RBFs in a way that supports our people and also the other companies. Please give us your insights in the perspective of PSFU. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chloe. And for those good questions, I think I will start from talking about who we are as PSFU. PSFU is an umbrella body that brings together the private sector in Uganda. So the clean cooking is a sector which is represented under PSFU, under our energy, oil and gas sector. We exist for a number of reasons, of which one is to represent the government voice, the private sector voice to government. So we speak to government on behalf of the private sector, basically to ensure that there is an enabling policy, or the enabling policies for the private sector. Likewise, we work with a number of development partners to implement projects that are aimed at steering the private sector to address key issues that are affecting the private sector. So in regard to what has PSFU done to support clean cooking, I'll start with the project you talked about, the demand side RBF project, which we are implementing in partnership with NFGIZ. And this is also one of the ways how we supporting access to finance through structures in terms of agents, capacity of the agents. We've been operating the RBFs where you find that the even is an issue. So you find that the company has made sales, but they are not able to capture enough data. So if you're not able to capture enough data under RBF, it's a data game. If you don't record your sales, then it's very hard for you to claim them. So these are areas where somehow, as we design RBFs, we can blend in this kind of support. Capacity building. How do we support the agents? How do we train the agents? How do we support these organizations around the governance? How do we support them to have strong governance systems, to have strong financial systems, to have strong data reporting systems? So that is also one of the, which I think needs to be incorporated when we are designing these RBFs. The other one, of course, is the issue of infrastructure. Most of these RBFs need to think about, of course, how do we also support infrastructure? We've seen many companies struggling, especially in the hard-to-reach areas. It is a bit costly for the companies to match us with the incentive, either on the demand side or on the supply side. How do they establish presence in these areas? So if the support can come with some kind of supporting establishment of distribution centers, these outlets where they can be easily reached, because there is no way you will be able to operate in an area when you don't have presence there. So we think also that is one of the areas which can be supported. NDF is already operating some energy kiosks, and kudos to them. So such infrastructure is very important when designing RBFs, so that we are able to ease entry of these companies into these markets, but also they're able to establish their presence and serve the people well. The other one, of course, is about, we need to always consider to have blended subsidies, where at least if you're supporting the supply side, the demand side on affordability, you're also supporting the supply side on customer acquisition. We know that the companies actually face a lot of challenges, a lot of supply-related risks, transport, marketing. So these are areas that we need to incorporate when we are designing, of course, these subsidies. I'll finalize, of course, with of course, having really some kind of, should I say, leniency, or giving the participating companies chance to accumulate and sell credits, those that can, when participating in these RBFs. I know a number of RBFs close out, for example, that the sales which are now submitted to the RBF, you cannot again generate, you cannot trade the credits. But this is one area, financing area. This is one area which I think these companies can be able to raise money. So it's also an area that we need to think about. The other one, of course, was marketing. I think I hinted about marketing. Is also something that needs to be incorporated within these RBFs, market activation. How do the companies penetrate these markets, the hard-to-reach markets we're talking about? So we could also support them with marketing, because also there is a very huge cost involved.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I would like to end here, and it was there were two questions.
Thank you so much. I'll get back to you.
Thank you.
Yes, you're really passionate about RBFs, and you really show that you really understand the challenges that the companies go through as someone on the side of the private sector, and also representing government. I want to go to you, David, the Senior Specialist, Sustainable Energy, ICLE Africa, and with a mandate of law governments for sustainability. I can see your company has been in over 2,500 local and regional governments, committed to sustainable urban development. We want to hear from you, and of course you're here in Uganda supporting Chisenyi, and about 2 areas here in Uganda, in the settlements for people who have a little bit of challenges with finances. And so we want to hear from you, how does clean cooking, adoption in informal settlements differ, and how important they are for such communities like Kisenyi, where you're implementing. And also the other question is, how can financing enable increased adoption of different clean cooking technologies in informal settlements and beyond? Yes.
Thanks, Loy. Before I go straight to those, I just wanted to cover the ENACT project itself in a little bit more detail so that the audience can get some background. It's been going on for around 3 years, funded by UK Aid, and the last phase that is recently completed rolled out in Freetown, Sierra Leone, and also in Kampala, and exclusively focusing on informal settlements in both cities. And the nature of the activities, one component is essentially supporting government with a particular focus on local government in data collection, in capacity building around clean cooking, and around engaging with the private sector to try and find the synergistic role between government and the private sector in delivering what, at the end of the day, exists within government policy and as targets, energy access targets. And the second component supports the private sector in accessing those markets with a catalytic market entry funding package, which was provided to 2 or 3 different private sector partners in the last phase. Now we've launched the second phase of the project in Uganda, referred to as the ENACT Uganda Scale-Up Project, together with some partners, shout out to those in the room, MEX, Triple GI, who is supporting the Ministry of Energy in setting up a clean cooking unit, as well as NREP. So we're working far more closely with the Ministry of Energy in this one. Why are we focusing on informal settlements? From ICLEI's perspective, we are interested in sustainability, sustainable cities. And we're looking at this from the perspective of rapid urbanization across the continent. In the case of Kampala, looking through statistics, I've seen expectations that the city will have doubled in size population-wise between 2010 and 2030. And I think the trajectory of that builds to 2050 as the city becomes larger and larger. At the same time, in terms of income inequality, the extent to which the needle is being moved on that in reality is a question. So informal settlements, they're very difficult to pin down, in my opinion, in terms of the size of them, precisely how many people live in those types of locations, and also the income levels of those communities. But I've given it a shot. Some of this is based on feedback from our partners, workshops that we've held throughout ENACT, also research. We understand that there's around 62 areas which are classified as informal settlements within the GKMA. I've seen numbers that range between 30% and 50% of the population of Kampala, the greater Kampala, resides in areas that are classified as informal settlements. So it's a significant number of people in the region of 2.5 million people. Incorrect. I correct myself, Uganda-wide, people living in those types of conditions, we would estimate at about 2.5 million people. So it's a significant number of people, and I would hesitate to call it a true market that the private sector would naturally gravitate towards. But as an organization who is promoting sustainable cities, sustainable development, we cannot forget the leave no one behind principle. It's a significant number of people with significant influence, if you like, on the fabric of the city. Why are they important? I think for me that's a question of who individuals that live in those types of settings are and the function that they perform within the city. I understand that around 1.5 million people in the GKMA are employed in the informal economy. A significant number of those people are also residing in informal settlements. From our research, from the data that we've collected, many of those people, I would say at least half, are employed in some version of food sales, cooking of food, selling of food on the street trading, these types of things. So they provide a significant contribution to the economy of Kampala and the wider Uganda. However, the income and expenditure profiles of these types of communities is incredibly tough. The affordability question is a really big one and is an extremely profound one from our understanding. There is definitely a plethora of really great and progressive programs, subsidies, RBFs, to help to address the clean cooking markets in Uganda broadly. But in terms of the income profile that we're seeing in communities in Kisenyi, and it's mirrored in Susan's Bay in Sierra Leone as well. Even with a subsidy of 50% on some of the products, households are finding it very, very difficult to make the decision to invest in a new type of technology. An example that came from one of our service providers that worked in Chisenyi, who was offering improved cook stoves, the energy efficiency clay line stove, was that many of their clients were signing up to in-house company finance that would see them paying in the region of 1,600 shillings per month over 6 to 12 months. That is the level of discretionary income that some of these communities have. So I think there's a huge challenge considering the number of the number of people living in these types of situations with addressing that affordability gap. And in terms of really inclusive, sustainable, progressive urban policy, I think it's important that, not just the private sector is responsible for this, but also government has a role to play in creating this enabling environment to be able to access those types of communities. I would also, add to this notion of hard to. I think we've come to understand that it's also useful to consider hard to reach, not just in terms of displaced people living in the margins of Uganda, but also start to conceptualize people living right in the center of the city as hard to reach for some of the same reasons. Also, if you look at the demographic profiles, according to some research that I've seen, many of these people that are living in these settlements and are responsible for the growth are also coming from these displaced settings into the city. So there's a migration of people coming from displaced settings into the city, to the extent that in Chisenyi, I've seen reporting that says up to 50% of individuals living in that informal settlement are in fact from outside of Kampala, outside of Uganda, and are deriving from displaced settings. So yeah, I think in our language as ICLEI, it's been useful to us to start to conceptualize hard to reach as including individuals living within Kampala and urban areas itself. In terms of the financing needs of the private sector that we have supported working in these contexts, I think in many of the sessions at REC this year, the same issues have come out in greater or lesser detail. For our partners that we have worked with, there is a very long list of challenges that need to be financed. It can do with financing consumer finance, or financing aspects of the business's operational model associated with accessing informal settlement markets. As my colleagues have said, awareness is such a huge one. Also in my personal work elsewhere on the continent, it's a similar story. The cost to business of continually engaging in awareness that's over and above conventional marketing activities is really huge. And there are continual calls for some type of joined-up thinking, involvement of government-stamped programs that really speak to the impact, or the beneficial impact that clean cooking can have on health, on the environment, on the economic situation of people, on climate, air quality, all of these things. But I think what keeps coming up are calls for that to be financed outside of the business, and some kind of coordination between business and government. In one of the workshops this week to the HIV awareness, the ABC campaigns of years past. So that is definitely a big cost. The consumer affordability one, also an issue. You know, we speak to pay-as-you-go as a solve for this issue. So pay-as-you-go LPG, for example. We speak to RBFs as a solve to that. We speak to SACCOs, MFIs, you know, banks. But what we're finding in our work is that it's really a more informal, very local savings and loans type of a structure that is less formalized, that is really doing the heavy lifting in terms of financing this type of product. But there are definitely issues. We cannot hide away from the issues that those are not perfect, and there are issues with repayment. There are capacity issues with record keeping, and challenges regarding the relationship between the private sector partners and those types of structures in managing those types of loans. So again, that comes down to a cost that is borne by the private sector that is over and above conventional operational costs that they would incur servicing, for instance, another market. So very, very you know, challenging in our opinion. To the record-keeping piece, I mean, of course, even for our projects, the record-keeping, the monitoring and evaluation piece of work is vitally important to understand that where the stoves are being sold, where they're going effectively. That falls to the private sector partner at the end of the day. And the feedback that we get from them is, again, that is an additional attrition, an additional challenge to them doing conventional marketing and business operations. So I think where there's a challenge, where an organization like ICLEI or other development partners can come in, is assisting in filling those gaps, and maybe doing some of that heavy lifting on behalf of development
David,
partners.
Sorry to cut you short. Thank you so much for your insights. We are running out of time for what you've shared with us regarding the informal settlements. And we appreciate the efforts being done by ICLEI to support the local governments. I want to jump to UECCC, Desmond Tutopio, and I know everyone here is a specialist, and specialists know a lot, but we want you in a few minutes to tell us. We know the project that you're working on is a hot cake in Uganda, and it's covering a number of aspects in the energy sector, especially renewable energy, and of course clean cooking is part of it. And so we would like to know how UECCC is supporting clean cooking adoption. And please remember, tell us UECCC in full, because we have students here. Would love to know, they may not be familiar with the abbreviation, and also would like to know how can RBF program be designed to be accessible for organizations with different strengths, and how can verification be simplified? Yes, we've talked about that, and I request that you really, I know companies want to know when they're finished doing their sales, how best can they receive that part of the support that you're giving to them. Thank you, Desmond.
Thank you very much, Madam Loy, the moderator. Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. I think it will be interesting to summarize and conclude or supplement on my colleagues' submissions earlier, because financing is a very interesting topic, one that we cannot actually discuss and digest and complete in this meeting. But then, yes, UECCC is Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company. We're a government of Uganda institution that is set up to implement a framework that allows it to pool resources from development partners and also co-financing from government and channel the same to renewable energy projects in partnership with the private sector. That, of course, includes financial institutions and energy service companies. As a background, you will all appreciate that, well, as we speak about universal access for all, as we break down our energy transition plan, this has to trickle down to the end users, the households, the domestic households, and then also commercial enterprises who are the consumers of clean cooking technologies we are talking about today. However, you'll appreciate that, of course, affordability barrier is quite challenging. The high upfront costs that these technologies come with is a big challenge to increase access to clean cooking solutions. And that is one area that government appreciates and recognizes. The challenge is well publicized in the energy policy 2023, also the old renewable energy policy of 2007. But how do we come to address this gap? How do we come to catalyze the market? That is what UECCC's mandate allows it to. Now, yesterday, my director presented the electricity access scale-up project. And from the question you've asked, I think I would like to delve deep in the discussing the electricity access scale-up project in general. ESP is a government of Uganda project that we're implementing with support from the World Bank through implementing units at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and also at UECCC. Basically, we have two components majorly. There is the on-grid intensification component that is being implemented by the Ministry of Energy, and we have the financial intermediation component that is being implemented by UECCC. This project aims to increase access to electricity and energy for households, commercial enterprises, public institutions, and also industrial parks. Now, under our component specifically as UECCC, we're looking at increasing access to three categories of renewable energy technologies. One, off-grid solar solutions. Two, clean cooking solutions. And three, productive use of energy. Now, like my colleagues have, submitted before, when you look at addressing access to energy, and in particular our topic of today, that's clean cooking solutions, we need to tackle this from both demand and supply side. How do we support end users to actually access clean cooking solutions, but also how do we support the distributors or suppliers, the energy service companies, to actually import, stock, and support last mile distribution to Ugandans. That is what our component under the ESP is addressing. So direct to your question, yes, how are we supporting access to clean cooking solutions? One, we have a credit support institution that we are working with financial institutions. We have actually signed participating agreement with 32 financial institutions in Uganda. Kajura mentioned earlier, some of these include the tier 1 or commercial banks and deposit-taking institutions, including Centenary Bank, Equity Bank, Housing Finance, Finance Trust Bank, to mention but a few. But of course, we realize that the real consumers of the clean cooking technologies are at the rural or grassroots end. And through this, we also have tier 4 microfinance institutions and savings, credit, and cooperative organizations, or SACCOs, that we are partnering with to actually reach the real 1 inch at the grassroots to address their affordability constraints. Now, Through that, they're able to on-lend as soft loans to the end users who can use this to actually acquire clean cooking solutions. We are supporting all categories of clean cooking solutions, efficient technologies that are using biomass, ethanol, the electric pressure cookers, biogas, and also solar-powered cookers, to mention but a few. Now, that is to the end users, but also these financial institutions are in place to support the energy service companies by addressing their working capital needs. They're able to provide working capital loans to the energy service companies to basically import clean cooking solutions. They're able to stock and do last mile distribution. This is supposed to cover the entire country. And nobody is supposed to be left behind through the credit support facility. That's why you look at both commercial banks and also microfinance institutions and SACCOs. But then too, we have the price subsidy scheme, which was presented yesterday, of course, a supplement of what we are terming the results-based financing. Now, this is supposed to address the price barrier that we realized with the wananchi, especially how do we ensure that there are price cuts to the prices of the clean cooking solutions that we are offering to the end users. One, each of the category of solutions that we have in terms of biomass cook stoves, ethanol stoves, EPCs, solar-powered cookers, we have had price subsidies allocated to each one of them, ranging between 30 to 60%. That is supposed to enable our people access these solutions at subsidized prices. Now, if I'm able to offer a biomass cook stove at 50%, and the end user buys that at 50%, the balance of the 50%, they are supposed to actually assess this from the financial institutions, meaning in any case, all the total price of the solutions is catered for. Also to the energy service companies, of course, we have incentives that we want them to be interested to actually distribute not only in the peri-urban societies of our country, but also the grassroots. We are cognizant of the unserved and underserved communities, including the refugee and refugee host districts, the highlands, the Karamoja sub-region. They actually come with special packages in terms of incentives to interest the energy service companies. Now, the good news is that as of Tuesday this week, we signed participating or grants agreement with 67 energy service companies. 23 of these are specifically clean cooking solution providers that I know many are seated with us here today. The RBF scheme is open as of today, and we are excited as the UTPC team because we have a platform that we're able to see the sales as they are, entering into our system real time. That as of 1st November, this is being realized. That is one area that we're excited in. But of course, like my colleague also mentioned, in totality, we need to provide technical assistance to our partners to ensure that market barriers are actually addressed and also their capacities are enhanced so that our targets are actually met. We are looking at distributing or facilitating up to 353,000 clean cooking solutions that can benefit 1.6 million Ugandans. Now, through this, we have technical assistance packages to enhance the capacities of these particular energy service companies in terms of their bankability, in terms of their credit worthiness. But this is open. We want to ensure that the energy service company realizes their gap and they can submit as a problem statement what capacities they need to be addressed, and that is matched from UTPC's side. At the same time, our partners, the financial institution, one of the challenges we realize is that, yes, for sustainability, the financial institutions have got the financing muscle. They have the money, but they do not appreciate the clean cooking solutions we are talking about here. So how do we walk the journey alongside them? How do we support them in terms of ensuring that they have clean energy products as standalone, besides the other products that they're used to easily selling? When it comes to a border salary loan that the loan officers are, very much acquainted with. how do they also on lend for renewable energy solutions, for clean cooking solutions. We support them, these 32 institutions to have these standalone products. Already, like mentioned, the Equi Green Loan at Equity Bank is a product that we actually ensured was incorporated into Equity Bank. We have Center Solar at Centenary Bank. There is Power Connection Loan at Centenary Bank. There is Solar Yange at Finance Trust Bank. All those are some of the standalone products that we have actually initiated, and we want to walk the talk with all the other financial institutions to have this on board. So you asked me a question, how do we ensure that indeed all these companies, while designing the results-based financing, are actually involved. About a year or so ago, actually we did, especially the RBF scheme, we had a consultative approach with especially the energy service companies that we brought them together. And also we have had one-on-one, some of them, to consult on how to address the issues when it comes to affordability. But also too, this scheme is not segregative. Actually, we are participating with all the companies, both local and international. We ensure that the targets, the capacity of what an energy service company can distribute comes from them. And the allocation is based on the targets that is coming from them. It's based on your capacity as an energy service company. We have seen small ticket size as small as $50,000 US, but also those that can actually deploy over $1 billion in terms of their solutions. As I speak, of course, as of Tuesday already, the signed agreement, we have allocated $8.6 billion to the energy service companies. This is based on a first come, first served basis. If you're able to absorb this in the shortest time possible, we don't have a limit. Until the project ends, we can continue increasing on this ticket as we go forward.
Thank you so much, Desmond. It is good to hear of what's happening at ECCC. And I think there is a lot that has been done regarding this project. We are expectant of the results. We've heard from our panelists, and we know what their companies are doing, which strategies are there to support on the side of financing clean cooking. And now we would like to hear from the audience. I hope someone has a microphone. A few questions from the audience. The people are here, and you need to ask them your questions so that when they go
Sakiteng from Uganda National Alliance on clean cooking. My question goes to ECCC on financing for the member organizations that are distributing, and also access to the end users. You talked about the, okay, it's not ECCC, it is someone who talked about the grow loan, those other RBFs. Recently, I visited Centenary Bank, and I was looking for the grow loan, being a woman, and I was told that it is very, very competitive, and that was Soroti, Centenary Bank Soroti, and they told me that right now, there are only 2 people who have qualified to get that, who are going to get the loan. It is very competitive. If you come in now, maybe you'll get it next year. So how do we go about that? When now we are thinking of
taking down these clean cooking technologies down there and using that fairly low interest rate credit facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Owembabazi Judith, ED Check in Africa Initiative. I just wanted to ask Desmond if the ESP project that is being rolled out, if there's an opportunity to have another batch of other companies that would want to participate. Thank you. You can't hear? I was wondering if that RBF you talked about, the ESP program, if there's still an opportunity for other companies to enroll maybe in a second batch or something, since you said you're not limited by funding. Thank you.
All right, there's one at the back there and one
Hello.
from this side.
Hello, greetings everyone. I'm called Nankunda David and I'm a farmer. My question goes to Desmond of UECCC. We have been talking about clean cooking, but I think it's mostly in towns. And I think the data shows that 70% of people live in villages. Have you thought about partnering like with cooperatives in the villages, and you give them technical and capacity, you build capacity in those cooperatives, so that at least you can start like implementing biogas, biodigesters to those farmers in the villages, so that they use gas for cooking, so that we also support a lot of people that are living in the villages. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And our last question here.
Good afternoon. I am known by Mr. Oleg James from ESO General Engineering. I myself is also electrical and biomedical engineer. My question goes to Mr. Pio. Now you have come to increase the interest of the local investors. Now assume we have the capacity, the technologies, and the expert in the local levels, but we don't have finance. How can you address our competence to solve the problems of the power as well as the local people? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Over to you.
I think Desmond Tutu, you have a lot to answer, but other people can also contribute. So briefly, please respond to these questions, and then we will have a wrap up. I know you have a lot of questions. When we are done, you can see these guys as they are moving around, and please ask them these questions, but also you can visit their offices for consultations. Thank you so much. Desmond?
Thank you, Madam Loy. Well, I'll skip the first question for my colleague here on GROW. She asked on the RBF scheme whether we still have opportunity for more energy service companies being enrolled. The answer is yes. Yes, actually our expression of interest is still open, but also the calls will be coming periodically after here. Just to walk the very first table as you're exiting, the very first one has got our colleagues there who are directly working the RBF scheme. We shall address all your issues and give you also, or anybody else, the forms that are necessary for you to apply to participate in the RBF scheme. And we shall be making the calls periodically. Then two, the gentleman in the corner talked about, of course, ensuring that we reach the very rural community and also especially biogas solutions. To allay your fears, actually, the Clean Cooking Fund under the ESP that we are rolling now, we had a pilot the pilot we implemented with Biogas Solutions Uganda Limited and Ebo Sacco in the Keto Corridor in Western Uganda. We pre-qualified biogas companies at the time. I think Conserve Nature is here, the Systema team is here. We used that pilot where we supported credit facility for access to biogas systems, including the Fixed Dome, the Systema Bio, and Crest Tank at the time. That pilot informed the design of the clinical solution that we have right now. But the most interesting bit that of the 353,000 targets that we have, 60% is supposed to support clean cooking technologies that are using biomass, the efficient appliances and also biogas inclusive. Lastly, I'm sorry I didn't get your question quite well. I'll walk up to you from here and then I address all your questions directly, my colleague. Thanks, Loy, but lastly, let me say we also have a component of public institutions, installation or supply of cooking solutions to public institutions, up to 600 public institutions that include schools, health centers, the prisons, but of course the selection is being undertaken by Ministry of Energy. Atim, who is here with us, is in charge of that, and UTPOC is providing the grant for installation of these clean cooking technologies to the public institutions. I submit. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Desmond, can you give your closing remarks within 2 minutes? Desmond, your closing remarks within 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. I think as UTPOC and the ESP team, we're excited to walk the talk. It has taken a while to design and put all the systems in place, the checks and balances, for us to ensure that affordability barrier is actually addressed through provision of credit, but also subsidy in terms of the result-based financing scheme. So in any case, beginning today, we are excited from the RBF response, and we look forward to a review in the next REC. Thank you very much.
Yes, I come to you, Victoria Ruth. Give us your concluding remarks and anything that is cooking under NDEF that people should expect, please, so that people go out with something. 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Loy, and thanks everyone for your attention in the session. I think I'll end by saying a couple of things related to financing. I think we always look at it sometimes as, does it bring cash in hand? Does it put money in the bank account for the company? But I think what we also have to look out for is what are the financing opportunities that best meet your needs. You might find that for your entrepreneurship journey, or you as a farmer or end user or producer, you might look for technical assistance, training, capacity building, and maybe not necessarily grants. So that would be one thing that I would also mention here. Look out for the financing that best suits your needs, your potential, and see how to build from that. In terms of opportunities from GIZ side, for those who are around tomorrow, please do join our Sea Clean Cooking session in the morning. It will be in the Bujagali Hall, where you will hear directly from some of the private sector companies that we've supported across different areas on innovation, on research and development, on marketing, on digitalization. We understand that there's not only one pathway to get us to that universal clean cooking access. We have to attack it from multiple fronts. So a lot of those companies will be sharing their experience, sharing what their business models and innovations are. And also, more recently, we were also able to link some of the partners here to other companies and NDEF programs in different countries to also share knowledge and exchange. So please do pass by the UNAC booth outside to hear some of this information on what we've been able to facilitate in terms of these exchanges across the regions with our counterparts in different countries, because we really want to try and also bring those lessons here. So we're pleased to have some of those partners from Kenya, from Rwanda and others also here for the REC. So please do engage them in the exhibition booth to find out more. But looking forward to hopefully seeing you all tomorrow. Two other opportunities, we have a gender training that we are running an expression of interest call for. You've heard a lot of the partners talking about gender mainstreaming, supporting companies to reach out to end users. We had one of the questioners saying that they couldn't even access the loan facility. So please look out for that. If you are a renewable enterprise, we'll be having an expression of interest call for that. But also one for training higher tier cooking technicians, because we know after sales services is a key component of making sure that clean cooking is sustainable and that the adoption continues beyond just buying one unit. So those are some of the other training opportunities coming up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruth, and thank you so much, Jaized. I go to Miriam. Miriam, we didn't hear from you. Please, in 2 minutes, about how can we access that money from Uganda Development Corporation? Does it go through banks? Can it come directly? Can someone from Buhweshu, Mbarara, or Busogo, where just come to your office and apply for it? How does it come? Do you send on mobile money? We need to know as you close.
Thank you very much, Madam. Now, for UDC, we have to acknowledge the fact that this is government investing, and therefore the ticket size is also quite big. Like we have already shared with you the areas that are key to our investments, the fundamental principles that we follow. Therefore, if your project fits within that, like it's going to create a multiplier effect in terms of jobs, you're going to lead to, you can show us the financial viability of your project, because we know cooking already has a market, because everyone cooks, so it's financially viable. But there are other aspects that surround the kind of project which can get which can come to UDC. You have to be ready for equity investment. We do not give loans. We give shareholder loans when we're already equity partners. And then we have further discussions when we are already within the company to see how we can scale up or give further support. Otherwise, for smaller kind of projects, we encourage we encourage people to institutions to reach out to all these other platforms, and we leave the big, huge investments. They come to UDC and submit their proposal, and then it goes through our appraisal process, which is very interactive, and then that's when they can be able to receive the support.
Thank you so much, Miriam. At least now we know. We've lowered our expectations. Individual companies, but maybe UNAC has had. The ticket is big, so it needs maybe a consortium, and you're the ones who know how to profile your members. You know those who are big who may afford that ticket size. Second last, I would like to go to Mr. Kajura Francis in 1 minute. Please summarize, and you tell us what should take or what should go with what is happening with you PSFU, and what other plans are there, because 2024 is almost done. We need to prepare for 2025, and what should we look out for?
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. And as I end, I would like to really thank you very much for moderating this session quite well. But as I conclude, I want to take this opportunity as well to recognize our private sector people participating in the distribution of these technologies, in delivering the targets, the energy targets. I want to recognize under the DSRBF, we already have 9 companies under clean cooking doing, these are distributing both, they are distributing improved cook stoves, some are distributing the higher tier, the EPCs, the ethanol stoves, and other higher tier cooking systems. So I want to recognize you. I see some of them are present here. I want to recognize those companies that have come through, and I also want to also inform you that we still have vacancies, or what I call them. We can still take on more companies. So very soon we might even have a new call. Please come through, take part in this target of reaching the last mile, reaching the vulnerable communities. I also want to really recognize our development partners that we work with for always coming through, supporting more these initiatives in the private sector. I think from the word go, we've heard of these RBFs, and we need to recognize the development partners that are putting money into this. They are really playing a very great role in supporting both the renewable energy sector in Uganda, but of course specifically here, clean cooking. I think without them, clean cooking will not be at the level it is.
Thank you so much,
PSFU, we want also to, we'll keep working with you in our various areas, policy advocacy, BDS. We want to see stronger private sector, stronger clean cooking companies. So the private sector companies here, I want to really request you to work on these gaps that continue to affect affect our capacity to utilize some of these available financing mechanisms. Through working with you, and we have always worked, we shall be able to address these challenges, but you also have to take the first initiative. I would like to end here, Margareta. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Lastly, David, please give your closing remarks within 2 minutes. What should we expect from ICLEI? Are you expanding to other regions? 2 minutes, thank you.
I'll just say thank you for giving us the opportunity to share the stage with some really great programs and initiatives that are launching. I know UECCC, you launched today. Today was day one, so congrats to that. It really seems like this is a moment, although it's my first RAC, a moment in Ugandan clean cooking history, if you want to call it like that, when there are pieces in play that can really make a difference. I think as the ministry takes up the baton and builds the clean cooking unit through the ongoing program supported by UK Aid, great opportunity as well for increased coordination across all of these different initiatives, private sector initiatives and also government initiatives. So thanks again. Just to point out that ICLEI does have a request for expressions of interest out in the market at the moment for the next phase of the ENACT project. So if anybody needs further information regarding that, please approach myself after this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for our panelists. Thank you so much for your great insights. We shall be reaching out to you. And thank you so much for the organizers of this event and the funders. You've done us well. Let us work together to make Uganda shine for God and my country. Nice evening.
All right. Let's give it up for Loy and her team. Maybe they'll take a quick group photo. And we have a token of appreciation from the ushers. Thank you so much. Let's clap for them as they make their way down. All right, we've really come to the end, the beginning of the end. We just have one more session, and I'll be honored to be stepping in to facilitate this session. But For half a minute, if I can ask us just to get to our feet. Everybody on your feet, on your feet, on your feet, on your feet, on your feet. Come on, just stretch a little bit. Stretch anything that you feel needs stretching. I don't know. Just stretch a little bit. The guys at the back, if you don't mind, if we could just close in a bit. I've been asked by the media team, especially for their footage. They would like, especially the guys at the back, if we can close in, that would be great. Okay? Have you stretched a little bit? Do you know your neighbor on the left and the one on the right, the one in front of you and the one behind you? Introduce yourself and share one clean cooking tip that you have picked today. Come on. Share one clean cooking tip that you have picked today with any neighbor of choice. And even as you do that, those at the back, you're welcome to continue moving a little closer so we can close in those gaps. I can see someone at the back putting in a good stretch. All right. Okay, we may be seated. So our time is already fast spent, and we're going to do our best to see that we can fit this last session and still be able to glean as much wisdom from the experts who are going to be here. You're welcome to take your seats. Thank you very much, Lawyer and team. I think so take your seats. So today we've been looking at, clean cooking. We started with electric cooking, the side effects. We have looked at financing when it comes to clean cooking. And right about now, we want to look at cleaning the energy market. And we want to focus on the adherence to standards and quality. As you can see there, I'll be sitting in for the session chair who couldn't be here due to unavoidable circumstances, Engineer Ibrahim Mutebi from SNV. But without further ado, allow me invite my panelists, discussants, to just come and take their seats. I have the manager of legal metrology from UNBS, Mr. Richard Ebong. Richard, you're very welcome. Let's clap for Richard as he comes. Thank you so much. We have a former director from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and an energy consultant, Mr. James Banabe. James, you're very welcome. Come on, clap for James, even as he makes his way here. The Regional Testing and Knowledge Center Coordinator, CRIC, we have Madam Agnes Naluaga. Agnes, you are very welcome. Come on, keep on clapping, show them love and energy as they come here. She's the country director of Up Energy, Madame Lafelle. I hope I got that true. Lafelle Chu. Thank you so much, Chu. And last but not least, General Secretary and CEO Wana Solutions Limited, Dr. Emi Wasirwa. Thank you so much. My goal is going to be to squeeze all of this in the little time that we have available. And so for our panelists, Doctor, perhaps you can come and take this first seat. Dr. Emi, I think you can take this first seat. I think that mic is actually a little bit low, so I'll stay up here. All right, very quickly, these will be the rules of engagement. I will just ask each of you a maximum of 2 questions, and I'd like as much as possible to open the rest of the questions to the House, okay? But I'll allow you just 1 minute, very quickly, to just reintroduce yourselves in case I've not given justice to the introduction, and in what capacity you sit there, even in as far as, adherence to standards is concerned. So, Doctor, I'll let you just go first.
Hi, everyone. It is nice to see that we are the last panel for today. Starting at this time, of course, we shall try to make sure that our members don't sleep. My name is Dr. Emi Wasirwa. I'm the Managing Director of One Energy Solution. and the Secretary General for Uganda Solar Energy Association in Uganda. We did a couple of things. We sell liquefied petroleum gas, electric pressure cookers, solar home systems, and solar fridges. Thank you.
Thank you, James. And I'll ask panelists to lean into their mics even as they go on to speak.
Yes, I'm James Barnabe. I am a member of 2 committees under UNBS, TC Energy Management Committee, as well as TC 127 on conductors, cables, and transformers. But I'm also a board member of UNAC. Thank you.
Yes, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Richard Ebong. I'm from Uganda National Bureau of Standards. I've been in the standardization and conformity assessment world for about 26 years. And by God's grace, I chair an international committee that develops standards in clean cook stoves and clean cooking solutions. But also related to that, I'm an expert in 2 ISO technical committees. One is on domestic gas cooking, that is ISO TC 291, and also ISO TC 255 on biogas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Agnes Naluaga Doko. I work with the Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation that's based at Makerere University. I'm also a member of the National Mirror Committee on Standards for Clean Cooking for Uganda, and also provide expertise on the technical committee ISO TC 285 that develops standards on clean cooking as well. And we also do testing for clean cooking technologies at the Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon again, everyone. Hope our energy level is okay for this last session of the afternoon. So my name is Lafel. I'm the country director for Up Energy in Uganda. Up Energy is a project developer of clean household technology. We leverage carbon finance to make these technologies affordable. So we distribute products such as electric pressure cooker, water filter, efficient charcoal stove, etc., at a very affordable price to low-income communities.
All right, thank you very much. Maybe to the technical crew, my discussants are saying they're struggling to hear each other. I don't know, maybe if we can help on the monitors. Is the sound clear out there? Can you hear them loud and clear? Well, they need to hear themselves as well, so if there's anything we can do. So I'm going to address the first question to you, Mr. Ebong. You're right in the middle. I'll start from the center today. I'm aware that there's a new piece of work being commissioned on standards for e-cooking appliances in Uganda. Can you take us through, first of all, what's happening so far, and what can we expect at the end of this process?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. It's unfortunate that we are beginning our session when it is just about 30 minutes to the end, but I'll try as much as possible to summarize and simplify it to the extent that everyone would understand. Yes, we have been in discussions with the key stakeholders in the clean cooking sector in general, and I have always told people, if you have succeeded without standard, then you can only succeed by error. And we have always been trying to see that we need to have standards for the purpose of developing the product and for the purpose of conformity assessment, which actually includes testing, inspection, and surveillance purpose, and also help in tendering process and all that. It has been difficult for even some of these projects that they are launching because there were no standards. But as the Bureau, we were charged with the mandates of developing standards, enforcing standards, and promoting it. Specifically on the clean cooking sector, I'm glad to inform you that UNBS has entered into an agreement with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and has gotten support from the UK government through MEX to develop standards in e-cooking. That would include development of standards in electric pressure cookers, EPCs, induction cookers, and other related products. I must say that UNBS had been doing evaluations on these products as to when they are coming, because there were some other standards that they were supposed to comply to, irrespective of being in line with clean cooking. So in the process of developing the specific specification for EPCs for clean cooking, there are Ugandan standards and harmonized East African standards, together with the international standards that has been adopted by Uganda, that will be revised. I should also say that UNBS is the apex body in the development of standards in the country. And we do represent Uganda in the International Organization for Standardization, and therefore all the depository of the international standards that have been developed in that, at ISO, we have access to. We also represent Uganda in International Electrotechnical Commission, which is the body responsible for developing standards in electrical and electronics. And as such also, we have access to those standards. And actually, we have been using those standards to assess the conformity of the products to come to Uganda. Because among the mandates of UNBS is actually to protect the country. But also in line with the NDP3 and NDP4 coming, we are trying to work together with the local people to ensure that we encourage assembly or even production of most of this product here, so that we do import substitution and promote export, because we are land-linked. Most people say Uganda is landlocked, but that, to me, it is land-linked. We have opportunities to do trade with very many countries. I think I can stop there at the moment. Thank you so much.
All right. Maybe while I'm still with you, Richard. First of all, you mentioned the international standards. I'm just curious to know, how does Uganda, where do we, in relation to the region and the international standards, where are we at in as far as these standards are concerned? But also, what is UNBS planning to do to help the public to understand the new standards which are available and for them to be able to adhere to them?
Oh, thank you so much. Actually, I should say Uganda is one of the key leaders in the international standardizations, and most of these people you see around here are actually experts. We have developed local standards that has been taken awesomely at international level because of the quality of the experts we do have in Uganda. One of the IEC standards that we developed actually for repair and maintenance of electronic devices was developed here by using the stakeholders in the electronic sector, and was just taken as it is. So we have worked, and for me, I am the most happiest person to see the change. For the last 13 years, is it 13 years? From 2013, I have seen great changes. I have seen people move from resisting standards, protecting the areas, until now they have come into the open and are adopting standards and are doing a lot of innovation. So as we develop this standard, one of the things that we have agreed with, standards may be very technical and difficult to understand from different people. When Agnes talks about testing, he will talk some language which appears like Russian here, and other people may not like it. So we are going further to simplify the standard so that other people can do. Resources allowing, we would also try to translate the standards. But above all, we have a lot of experts that we will try as much as possible to engage them. And in the process of developing these standards, we will be holding stakeholders consultation and take into consideration views of everybody. And then we see to it that also we reach as many as different stakeholders in their groups and get their views. If we are reaching the distributors, manufacturers, consumers, regulators, we get them and we share. But all UNBS is moving almost to paperless. We have a lot of e-services. We are moving down to regional areas. And we have regional offices. We are opening laboratories, which will expand. And thank God also with the support from the stakeholders, we are trying to do the analysis of the capacity, the inventory of the capacity of testing of all these things in the country so that we see that it is not a domain. We have moved also to recognize laboratories that we can say, yes, go to CRIC, and when you go, the information about CRIC is not, you may not even need to ask from CRIC, you just go to UNBS website, go to the recognized labs, and you see which lab has been recognized for which scope to test what. It is just like when you go to a clinic and somebody says, our lab is, we can test such and such a thing when you cannot have the capacity. Yeah. But we will do that to do the inventory, but also we want to see how we can actually provide information. We have an MSc department that it is there to support people in documentation, doing gap analysis, and they can organize themselves in readiness to certification. But maybe lastly, what I want to say, because you may not come back to me, is that UNBS is under the Ministry of Trade, Industries and Cooperatives. And all these other products, as we have been talking to, ends up in the market. And we need to have conversation closely with the trade people. We at times have some support that ends up by going to other sectors, not the clean cooking. For example, you could have seen in the media one time UNBS giving 500 permits to MSMEs, and none was from the clean cooking, from the cook stove, because they are always with the energy, but the energy are detached from the people who are in the market.
True.
Oh, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Richard. James, I'm going to move over to you. You know, even as we talk about standards and all, I think performance and efficiency is really what we're looking for at the end of the day. And I wanted to ask or hear from you, James, how important is the performance of cooking appliance in cooking, you know, Ugandan food, and how can this be ensured?
Yeah, it's very important that we have an appropriate standard for the Ugandan, for the technology that are coming into the country. And it's important that we get to know that we have something that is reliable, something that we can be sure about. The beauty is that most of our foods, about 80%, can be cooked with say, the electric pressure cooker, which is we've been discussing. But some of the issues that we are raising, like in the morning, we had a concern about the saucepan. Some of them that have metals, okay, some of them that where there is a fear that some of the metals eventually end up in the food, if it has heavy metals, or if the food is acidic, that it might react with the saucepan. Now, all those are issues that are addressed by the standard. UNBS, together with the stakeholders, when they'll be looking at the standard, when they'll be developing the standard, all that will be taken into consideration. Even the issues that we've had, like the fear that the EPC might explode, is also handled by the standard, because there will be safety measures that the EPC must have. We've even had someone thinking that the EPC is not that efficient. There was a discussion this morning where somebody had an assumption of the kind of energy it will use. So it's an efficiency factor that has to be taken care of in the technologies as well. So the standard will be helpful in terms of helping us promote the technology. It will also help increase consumer confidence that the technology meets the standard. Actually, many times when we are promoting the technology, people ask us, how sure are we that we are not allowing in substandard products on the market? And the answer we always tell them is, we're working on a standard, and once the standard is in place, most of those concerns and fears will be taken care of. So we expect that the standard will help in even increasing the uptake and increasing consumer confidence. And one way to have that enhanced is, as much as possible, to do the promotion of the standard, to get the stakeholders involved during the development, as well as, really to market the standard. Because one way to have the standard in place, and another thing to have it followed by, understood as well, by both the public as well as the traders.
All right, thank you, James. I want to ask you one more question on labeling, but before that, you mentioned stakeholders, and I'm just curious. Is the consumer and the customer, how involved are they, and to what extent are they involved in, coming up with these standards? Because you may sit on this side and come up with standards, but how much do we, involve the consumer in coming up with the standards?
Okay, normally when we have committees on standards, we ensure that even the stakeholders are part of the committee, so that in the process of agreeing upon the standard, you'll get to know their concerns, you get to know their feeling about it, and therefore standard development process heavily depends on involvement of the stakeholders, the users of the standard as well. That committee is always comprising of the key stakeholders regarding that particular standard. And then later on, it has to be promoted. In other words, they get to know the bits and details about the standard. So before finally it is taken for discussion at the council level, there is a lot of room where the stakeholders can come in and maybe provide missing information or improve on the standard.
All right, so my last question for you, James, really about labeling. How can product labeling help in demystifying, for the end user, for the customer, on whether a product is the right choice for the customer? How does labeling come into play and support?
Okay, usually when an appliance is labeled, it helps the consumer make an informed decision. I'll just give an easy example to understand. Now, in some countries, when you're going to buy a car, they'll put on the fuel consumption of that particular car.
Yeah.
That for every liter, this particular car will run 10 kilometers, or this particular car will run 15 kilometers or 20 kilometers, whatever it is. So the consumer now gets to know what he will go in for. I mean, some of them are able to have an estimation of how much it's likely the pocket will be affected when he buys that particular car. So the same thing in terms of appliances. When you have a label that helps you know its energy consumption, if you're the kind of person that is inquisitive, you will be able to make an informed choice. So even in the cooking appliances, we want to believe that attaching a label can also help people in making decisions. I'll tell you something that happened some time ago. Someone was buying an electric pressure cooker, but because the person who was selling looked like a young person, the person wondered whether the price that was being given was the actual price, whether she had put unjaul or not. So she wasn't sure. She said, why don't you label the price of this cooker on the appliance?
So that it's clear.
Yeah, because how sure are you that the person has not put a difference? So labeling helps in decision making. You get to know, you have the confidence that that particular appliance will consume that particular energy. It even becomes better if the the labeling program is a national program. Like in some countries, you have this star rating, like in the UK, rather in the US, the energy labeling in the EU and that kind of stuff. So if it's a national labeling program, it creates even more confidence.
Yeah, and it's unbiased. It's not marketing.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to move to you, Agnes, from the Regional Testing and Knowledge Center. Let's actually talk about testing. What is the role of testing in the development of standards for e-cooking appliances, and why is it important? It may sound like an obvious question, but why is it important?
Thank you. When you talk about quality assurance, development of standards and testing go hand in hand. Testing becomes really critical because you can't develop a standard without understanding what's happening. So what testing does is basically it validates or verifies the standards that you're developing. It provides that baseline data that helps inform, is the standard that's being developed, does it actually make sense? Is it contextual for the country or for the region that you're developing it? We've had, for example, during the time way back in 2018, when the biomass standard was being developed for charcoal stoves, biomass stoves generally, there were many parameters that were being set up and benchmarks being made, but there was no actual data to say, okay, this is what we are going with as a country. So part of the process that the testing centers provided was to basically test what's on the market, what these standards that are being developed, do they actually make sense? Do they apply? Are they contextual for what happens in our households? So basically the testing confirms that, validates, verifies, and then also provides what the baseline is. So it provides that initial data. So it's quite critical because there is no way you verify a standard without testing. So they go hand in hand for quality assurance. And I would say why it's important, it's basically the thing about contextualizing. And also, I believe Mr. Bong already highlighted, you can't ascertain safety of the consumers. How will you tell that this product is safe for the consumers if you don't assess it? So to be able to say that this product is good to go, you basically have to test it. And that's why the role of testing centers is critical, because they're the ones that will tell you, yes, this product is passing according to the set benchmarks, and then we are good to go. So UNBS has done a great job in recognizing some of the centers. For example, CRIC is recognized by UNBS to provide testing services, and the certificate is currently renewed. So we basically test on their behalf, and they audit, and other centers within the country that it evaluates, and they provide that service. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So you make it clear on why testing is important and the baseline and all of that it provides. Maybe as CRIC, just out of curiosity, have there been any things that you have discovered about, e-cooking appliances during this testing? Any new findings? What has your research or your experience of testing revealed?
Okay, I should say for a lot of the work that has happened in the testing space for Uganda, it's also for the region generally, there's been a lot of testing products that are related to biomass products. So the e-cooking space is quite a new space. And as you can see, the standards are also in development. What we are trying to use are some existing standards, maybe not yet fully globally tested at the ISO space, so that's why we have the development process that Mr. Bong talked about. So we are testing with some standards that we've used to check some of the products that have come. So the space is still quite new. There's need for upgrade, like having the right equipment and equipment to be used for the testing centers to be able to test effectively. But what we've seen for the work that we've done so far in terms of testing e-cooking appliances is that one, you have to test for the performance in terms of how is the product performing in terms of, let's say, durability,
I'll now move over to you, Lafel. I've even visited your stall outside there, Up Energy. And maybe just for starters, how does Up Energy ensure that the technologies they put on the market meet the minimum standard? Maybe we can just start from there, and then I'll ask you another question or two.
Yes, thank you. I think it's interesting that the title of this section has standards and quality in the title, but when we think about it, it's actually not exactly the same. So if I may add a little bit to that in order to answer the question, I think usually when we talk about standards, we very quickly think about safety.
Yeah.
And if you allow me to define it that way, I believe that safety at Up Energy is the bare minimum. And for any private sector, any provider, it really should be your foundation. We need to meet that safety standard, and then quality can go anywhere above that. It could be as fancy as you can afford or as customer can afford. So just briefly for Up Energy, I'll use our electric pressure cooker, which is, we call them the EPC. I'll use that as an example. So our EPC adhere to the international standard of electric product safety, the IEC 60335. And that is also, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the same standard that actually UNBS is the enforcer for this country for any electric product coming into Uganda. So we do meet that safety standard. We do have sometimes customer, interestingly or sadly, still think about pressure cooker as something that can explode. That's interestingly, the old perception of it, and we understand that it has happened in the past. But are we going out to sell and say, hey, our EPC doesn't explode? I think that would be the bare minimum that we should strive for. So we have hit that bare minimum. We definitely do more tests than what is required internally. We want to set a high standard. So there were a few things that I realized the themes has already come up in this conversation. There is a local contextualization that I think a few people have mentioned. So when it comes to quality, for example, we pride our EPC on, we design it for the local cuisine. We tested how much time does it take you to, let's say, cook dry beans in our EPC, which is 30, 40 minutes compared to, let's say, hours on a traditional cook stove. And we also pride ourselves on this preset button where you press a button, you can go out, run your errands, come back. Maybe you were stuck in traffic, but you come home and your food is ready. So I think the message that I really want to bring across, not so much for us as the private sector sitting here just to show off where we are, but the fact that we have private companies on this panel, I do want to bring across the message that private companies are not afraid or should not be worried about adhering to standards, and that should be the minimum. Safety, good standards, good quality should be good for business and good for adoption for all these clean technology.
All right, thank you. I like that. No one wants explosive technology, so safety is certainly number one. I'm just going to merge my two other questions, and really, because you're in the business, just to find out what you've learned from either through your customer feedback. And so I'd like to know, what do the customers tell you about the products when they come to buy? What are they really looking for, And then number two, and you can just merge your answer, how do you then communicate the quality of your product to these customers? What do you focus on to communicate, quality and all? So I hope my question is clear, 2 in 1.
Yeah. That's nicely linked from the previous question. I think when we go out and say, what do customers look for? I think you can largely split them into two types. You have maybe those who have lower income and not exposed to an electric cooking product and might not even know what they're looking for. So they know their pain points in how they have been cooking, maybe open fire cooking or too much smoke or charcoal price being high. So the electric cooking product naturally tackles these pain points. They might not know they're looking for an e-cooking product. So there's where education and awareness and marketing has to come in. And then you have the other types of customer who more or less are already aware of e-cooking product, maybe thinking it's the same as a rice cooker, but it can do much more. So again, that's where we choose to, more than just sales pitch and marketing, but there are many ways you can cater for each customer's need. So I think your other part of your question is sort of what do we focus on and how do we communicate that? I would not speak so much to communication in terms of the marketing or the slogan that we use or the sales pitch, which are all important. Like I said, I think Up Energy, we really pride ourselves on safety standard being bare minimum, quality is running in our blood. That's what we're thinking about. So that sort of quality comes out in the way we do things. So 2 examples. One is, and this is not kind of new or unique to us, I think many cooking companies are trying to do cooking demo. And as much as possible, our relationship officers, some of them sitting right there, as they go out to customers, even individuals, whenever possible, we will do the cooking together with the potential customers. That is to show how much you are confident in the product. You show them if there's any defect, and there shouldn't be, but you are doing it together with them and building that long-term relationship. I know some of them here complains that the relationship goes so well that they eat 5 meals a day these days. So that's to show that the quality also comes from your service. The second one, I would say we're really happy that we can afford to offer a 5-year warranty for our product. And I think that is quite a long duration considering similar products in the market. And that actually, that shows 2 things. First is you do have to have good quality to be confident to give a 5-year warranty service, right? Because otherwise, if you keep fixing the device, that's a lot of cost and bad for businesses. But the second thing I think is linking back to maybe the section, the panel before us about financing. Good quality, good warranty service, good standards, they all come with cost. And how do we, I think maybe the panel will hint on that later, how can we make good quality products affordable? Not just from the business perspective, but if not the business itself, but all these testing and standards, we want to adhere to that. How can we do that without necessarily passing all the cost to consumers? Yeah, so I think I'll stop there because affordability is a big theme.
All right, thank you very much. Lastly, I'll move over to Dr. Amy before I get ready to open it up to the House. And maybe for you, Doctor, as a board member of the Uganda National Alliance on Clean Cooking, what are some of the challenges met in promoting, standards that are met by the members of your team? What are some of those challenges that you face?
Thank you so much. The challenges are quite enormous. There are 2 things. I would start from the positivity of working with standards, then I will also look at the negativity of it. The positive of it is that our first business was LPG, whereby we came to this market when there were about 5 companies, Shell, Total, Ajib, Caltex, Oil Libya, and others. There were about 5. And can you imagine being in the market when you are a local distributor, the only local distributor? One is that Ugandans think that a local person like Amy can't sell gas because gas is for the rich. Shell is big, Total is big. Those are the only companies which were supposed to sell gas at the time. So a local company couldn't do anything like selling gas because one, people felt that I don't have international standards to follow. So people couldn't buy. And I was linked to illegal refillers. I was more of an illegal refiller, not someone who could come and sell such a product on this market. And of course, that was a negative, that people couldn't buy the product. They would say, of course, one is that my cylinder could burst any time. And at the time, so many cylinders had started bursting. Two, the amount of gas. They also thought that, of course, we are associated with cheats. Okay, so I couldn't sell anything which is to that standard of selling the gas, which is equivalent to what Shell sells in 6, 13, 45, or 1 metric ton. It was a tough one, but yes, we came in, we worked hand in hand with the UNBS, and that's when we started knowing. We started with baseline standards. We didn't go for international standards, we went for baseline standards. And of course, the good thing is that we were given a platform, and by the time we separated with UNBS, we had already formed up around 37 standards which we were working with, which was good for us. Recently, when we went into the market of EPCs, we reached there, and one of the things which people looked at was that food was being burnt in an EPC. Now, the challenge which we had, or which we still have even today, is that we are importing anything in the country. Of course, as we sit here, we have UNBS here with us. They can also give a comment. But yes, that one is killing our market. That somebody puts on an EPC, I don't know what goes wrong, but of course we can get some kind of feedback here that people cook and the food burns. One, now even if I come with one of the best EPCs which meets the international standards, I can't sell it just because of that. Two, we were meant to understand that, of course, we are using digital EPCs, whereby you tell someone happily, because, for example, I have one of the best EPCs in the country as well as in the world, because it meets international standards. And I feel so good when I'm selling it. Even when my team are selling it, they say it with confidence. Now, if somebody comes with experience that the EPC, which he has seen at a friend's place, or which he has experienced using, that EPC, when he put in beans, was told that the beans would boil within 35 minutes, and then the beans take 1 hour. Will I be able to sell my EPC? Now, those are the challenges which we are having on the market, because the market is flooded with so many EPCs that I don't know whether UNBS or the ministry, unfortunately, I just wanted to say something before I move on. I don't know whether these two teams, these two departments work in silos or they work in synergy, whereby, yes, of course, UNBS does test. When the thing comes in, it is tested, it meets the international standards, they say bring it on the market. But yes, even if they meet international standards, we are seeing a lot of negativity with the EPCs which we are having on the market. That food is burning, that even if it is 1 hour, it is taking around, even if it is 30 minutes, it is taking 1 hour. We hear, of course, Mr. Van Nave talked about the ratings. Somebody says that the EPC, it cooks 600 watt/hour. But we have seen an EPC which consumes about 1.4 kilowatt/hour, even if it has 600. So these are some of the challenges which we're having on the market. I'm saying the experiences that we have positive and a negative, but of course to say something which I think was tackled by Mr. Kajura was illegal refillers. Now, myself, I've been in UNBS, I've worked with the Minister of Energy. Right now, I think 85% of the gas which is sold on the market is sold by illegal refillers. And we are having a challenge. Whom should we talk to? Should we talk to the ministry? Should we talk to UNBS? We have been left to hang and dry. Okay? Now, of course, for us, we do door-to-door deliveries, and people have our numbers, they call. You find the customer calling and saying, they have given me gas and it's not lighting. When I switch on, it just pops, gives a sound, and it goes off. Very dangerous, very dangerous. We have noted them, but we have nowhere to go at the moment. But of course, I have my seniors around here. They can make a comment on it, but we are waiting for a disaster to happen. Thank you.
Well, we pray no disaster happens, but of course, I'm glad you're seated next to some of the powers that be, and maybe as they get ready to wrap up, I'll ask them to speak into some of the challenges you've mentioned. First of all, Mzee has been pushing for bubu, but Ugandans don't trust local products. And then you've talked about flooding of the market with substandard, technologies, illegal infillers, to mention but a few. I'll allow a little later for you to comment, the powers that be, to comment on that. But I also want to be able to open up the questions to the House, and I would like to just take a handful of questions, and please address them to whoever you like to address them to, and then we'll come and have a round to summarize and do our best to finish on time. So.
Appliances, I'm talking about the cooking appliances, the food packaging. So which standards and regulations are in set for such appliances concerning clean cooking? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Bong, I hope you got that one. We'll take the last two. I think their hands were initially up. There is the gentleman in red.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Patrick Alan Awene, and I work with Up Energy. So my question is to Richard from UNBS. Now, we do a lot of work, of course, in ensuring quality, but there is a general perception in the market that products that are made in particular countries are normally of lesser quality. Matter of fact, I was seated here with my neighbor, Grace. I got to find out his name. And when I told him we manufacture and distribute electric pressure cookers, his question was, which country is it made from? And I said, China. With due respect to Lafel, but the question here is, how much work is UNBS putting in to ensure that the general public trusts the Q mark from UNBS, that regardless of the country, as long as they see that Q mark, they have confidence in the product. So yeah, I think that's my question in brief. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I hope you got that one. When they say UK, does that mean it is standard versus, you know, you hear that a lot in the market. This is a German, this is the other. I think there was one more lady somewhere, I don't know, over there.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Ronald Bukenya. I'm a procurement personnel from St. Denis SS Gaba. Mine is a comment. What causes the illegal buying a gas, getting a gas refill at a petrol station is actually expensive than getting it from a local market from where I sleep. And I'm wondering what causes that. How I wish if I have a gas cylinder of Total, I get it at the same cost from a petrol station just as I get it at a local shop where I sleep. I beg to submit. Thank you.
All right, but perhaps it is cheaper because it was illegally filled. We shall find out shortly. All right, the last question, since there is a lady with a mic.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Sylvia Nalumaga Association. Now, as one of the members on the team there say that really we have a challenge of the mindset. And since I represent the grassroots woman down there, whom we need to adopt this technology, and yet there are challenges, how are we going to help this woman to tell either this one is recommended or it's not recommended? Because I've observed that many people are coming up with different innovations. It is now a business all over. So how are we going to tell? Because I'm one of the advocates to see these women change from firewood to this e-cooking. But then, how will I gain the confidence that this is it, this is the best, and how can she identify the best from whatever is in the market? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think we'll just take the questions as they have come, and you respond and also give your parting shots. I don't know if Dr. Amy, there was anyone particularly addressed to you more on policy about the price of cylinders. I don't know if you have a comment into that, but also just to support on the question of how do we communicate quality to the end user that this is better quality than the other.
Okay, I will start with the gentleman of the cylinder. Yes, that's the business which is around town. I think all of us, we are price sensitive. Everyone tries to look for a cheaper product. And we say cheap things are expensive. And I've just said that a lady bought gas, I think 2-3 days ago. They gave the gas which was overfilled. And that's very dangerous. Overfilled. Anything can happen in time. It even actually, I think it becomes icy. The thing on top becomes icy. So until when you decant or you press, then you release some gas, that's when it can cook. But that's the cylinder which can explode because it was refilled by an illegal refiller. It is a big problem outside there, and of course, we are going to try to have a conversation and see how we can address it. If you have where you buy your gas, if you have been buying at a petrol station, stick with the petrol station. If you have been buying from a refiller whom you know that it is he or she is a Shell, Total, or another company's distributor, let it be it. Don't rely on illegal distributors. Rely to people whom you know that they meet the standards of refilling. Okay? So that one, just mark it and try to follow your heart. Don't think about price. Price is good, but cheap things are very expensive, not it. Okay? I'll go to the lady who spoke about our mothers, our relatives who are away from where we are sitting. I know that all of us here, most of us here have 2 homes, one in the city, another one where we come from. When you speak to your person, explain. When you are buy the product from a known company. Now, one of the things which we used for the last 16 years, which helped us remain in the business, because when we supply it here and we make noise, we are on the move. We have to run and come and have a look. What has gone wrong? Where is the problem? Okay? So for us, what we do, we create awareness. Before we sell to you, we talk to you. We come to your home. We talk to people who are in your family. We explain to yourself. Like, for example, yourself, when we speak to you, we say, when you are taking to your mother, please, can we go with you? So that we are able to pass on the information. Awareness and education are very important. And I would say to everyone here, before you buy this product, please ask for written information. Ask the person who is selling to you to explain to you the information so that you can pass on this information to your people. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Before you buy cheap gas like Rafael and as you answer that, your parting shots as well.
Okay, the legal framework that we have that would allow someone to trade in carbon, first of all, is the Climate Change Act. And under that act, the Ministry of Water and Environment is supposed to be their main regulator, but they're also supposed to produce regulations to guide people that would want to have carbon trading. Now, I'm not sure how far the regulations are, but it's based on that even right now, government is trying to see how they can help develop some carbon credit projects, especially in the energy sector. So there is a legal framework, and if somebody wants to understand more, he can get in touch with the Ministry of Energy. They can help them see how they can register any project. But I also wanted to mention something, just to explain something about the perception that people have about some EPCs that they can use so many units. Now, technically, you cannot have an EPC consuming, say, 2 units in an hour. I will explain why. An EPC could be rated 1,000 watts or 1,200 watts. Now, if it operated continuously for 1 hour, non-stop, it will give you 1.2 units. But EPCs usually work for about 25% of the time. So the perception that many people have that inefficient EPCs will consume a lot of yaka. Now, in science, we say matter is neither created nor destroyed. So where will that energy be going? Actually, that EPC would explode if it would have to consume all that time when it is sealed. So consume energy for all that time. So some of the things that you hear are perceptions, but we would request that people come and have a discussion with the technical people, especially CRIC, to do the tests for those technologies to really confirm the amount of energy they are going to consume. It's not as high as some people are assuming, but we can have a discussion for those of you who want to understand more. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Ebong, I think there was a few questions directed to you, and I'll just let you respond as you give your parting shots as well.
Yeah, thank you so much, questions. But first of all, to add on to what James was talking about, in UNBS, when we do actually test on the EPC, we even go further to analyze the software that is behind these communications, because there could be actually issues of saying this is the cooking matoke and it takes this minutes and then later it doesn't. We go further and do analyze that. But this is where there is need for domestication of standards, and as Agnes was talking about, we need to actually get what is working for us, not one fits all. And somebody brought up an issue about product for some markets. People are actually selling names of countries, not the product.
Not quality of product.
There are issues of certification and quality marks. I normally see people, dangling things here which has got what is called CE marking, which is a self-declaration that your product meets the legal requirements, and in case of anything, you make the declaration that it is a quality product. It is not verified by anybody, and that thing is useless for our market. It is for the EU countries. We do have products that comes from countries that we have mutual recognition agreement with, that we do accept their quality marks. So the issues of one other thing, if a product is declared that it should work within a certain range, that is what actually we do, fitness for purpose and based on your declaration, and that is what you have done. But that is basically also the reason that why we need to develop the standard for the EPCs that are marketed within Africa, in Uganda, and this will be accepted. That we sit with the people and informed with the scientific results from the testing and conformity assessment, we will then fix a parameter and say yes. For the person who talked about the standard for biodigesters and the specification, we worked with the Ministry of Energy and we developed biogas, and there are many other work that the ministry is doing. We have codes of practice. We have realized in many cases people come to blame UNBS when they just want to introduce the technology, then they want the standard before, when it's in biogas and all that. And when you ask what is the basis of your training, there is, it may not be traceable. It could be some published academic documents or whatever, but it's not a standard. But we need to start from the standard. We have standards, codes of practice for construction of biodigesters, fixed dome, floating dome. We were yet to make the one for balloon type, but we also have what we call the national standardization strategy, that we go to sectors and ask what they want us to do in the next 3 years for new things that have come and areas. For specifications now depends on what type are we talking of. Because if you are talking about the fixed dome that you construct from the bricks, we have standard for the bricks. Whether people are using the standard bricks we have is another thing, because people tend to think when I give you a bigger block which is not now a brick, it is better, but we have the standard for the bricks. Almost when you go out there, none of the blocks or bricks meets the standard that we have. So when now you go, there are many issues that come in. That now goes to some people who, it's the role of some other person who should go and inspect and see whether the work is done. That is why we have developed standards for the code of practice, which you have to follow, and then the enforcers should be there. But we can continue the conversation. You can come and we sit, and I would actually love that you join our technical committee so that we can go ahead with the more areas, because standards, we actually provide a platform, and consumers to develop the standard, they will put the standard at a level which is not attainable because he wants the best.
Yeah.
But when you give the manufacturer, I would put what he will always meet and exceed. So we balance, and there are principles, international principles that is there that we follow. James explained. There was this
I think you had one more on cancer-related threats and Teflon and...
Yes, the Teflon issues is also academic and others. We try as much as possible to assist and experts throughout the world. There are a number of research which is there, but what is allowed on the issues of Teflon, it is an issue of misuse, because we all know that with this Teflon, if you use below that, and secondly, if it is not scratched, because how do we wash these things? How do we handle it. There is an extent to which it becomes dangerous. But these are studies. There are different areas. But in this process, as we are developing our own, we shall make sure people are already beginning to say, yes, we need to get rid of some product because of the way people use it and people misuse it. But as it is at the moment, if you use it within the specified conditions, it is non-toxic and it is not dangerous. Until the status of science is conclusive and then it is removed, like one time people said, we remove the asbestos and all that. Yes, in standards, we base on scientific evidence. Of course, I think there was an issues of product, was it issues of marketing and all that. In other countries, there is Kenya and Tanzania have what is called Fair Competition Commission, which is supposed to actually look into this. But in case where there is no other person in Uganda, it is UNBS where they go to. There has been a consumer law which is passed, but it is not yet pushed to UNBS, that it is UNBS to handle. But it is more about strong consumer bodies. And when we are actually developing the standards, we make sure that these consumer associations are represented. But to date, we may need to create, maybe through ministry or whoever, we used to have presidential roundtable on clean cooking, all that, to create a consumer association in this sector that is able to talk for the consumers in that. The issues of illegal gas refillers has been discussed with the ministry, and of course, there used to be an association for Uganda LPG Gas Association. These bodies, unfortunately, with now the cooking sector, people tend to work in cocoons. There is the biomass sector, there is the Unirea, there is the LPG, and you now don't know whom you should talk to. When you go to Rwanda, you find actually what they have, the energy development partners. One body that speaks for these people, and this sector has, and they have to pass, and this is the lobby group that should actually get people together and your voice be heard. Otherwise, this Baraza thing, it ends here. Even at the end of this meeting, we need to have resolutions, and these resolutions should be addressed to specific people that we need to follow up. Then we need to link up. Now Uganda has got technical working group that aims to push us, especially the ones which is coming, seeing Uganda develop by 10 falls. Where are we putting ourselves there? There is, when somebody yesterday asked a difficult question about the political will in one of the sections there, and people did not answer. But it seems to go with the minister. If you find, I sit in the ITDT, in Innovation, Technology Development, Transfer Program Technical Working Group, which is with Secretariat in the National Science Technology Secretariat, Minister Dr. Musenero. She will sit there. You can actually have a meeting up to about 9 in the night, and is desperate and will follow up. Do we have such person who should push? How do we link? Because there are a lot of innovation in clean cooking, but isolated in the energy. There is this because Mr. Nero will come to UNBS and say, you are now frustrating my innovators. This is not there. We need to have such kind of advocacy. Then that will also help UNBS get the funding basket to do most of these, the follow-up of the product which are infiltrating into this land-linked country, which some of them come as, we are having EPCs, but believe me, soon we shall be having spare parts of EPCs which does not pass through. It come as a product and it is assembled here. And when it is in the market, it might appear like yours, which you are saying it is. Be the persons to look after until something bad has happened, then that will work.
All right.
I think that is what I can say. But all in all is to call everybody to be active in the standardization. If we are developing standard, don't wait if you are a distributor or you are a producer. Don't wait until the standard is there and it has pushed you out. You go there so that you can influence and you know and you start preparing to meet when it comes to be enforced or to be used.
All right,
because
so it's a
product
communal
in clean
effort
cooking
from all of us.
have got health and safety issues. And when they come, we have to make them compulsory. We try to stop them to come from here and appoint service providers who do the inspection from the country of origin. But if they were assembled from here, if they were manufactured from here, then we can monitor the shop floor. Thank you so much.
All right, I thank you, Mr. Ebong, for belaboring that point. We'll close with Agnes and Lafel. Well, there wasn't a specific question sent to you, but we bring this to a wrap.
Thank you so much. I'll just give my parting shots. And I think for me, it's to really have a more consolidated effort to fast track this quality assurance process, basically everything that has been mentioned here for the sector, especially when it comes to e-cooking, because we really would want to have a scenario where you have continued use, sustainable use of these technologies, because they make sense. And to be able to do this, as we streamline and consolidate these efforts, it should look at both the technical parameters in terms of performance, but also the social aspects, the usability, user experience. And if those two are combined and we have quality products on the market and the user and the products address the user needs, I believe the e-cooking space will thrive. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And last but not least, parting shots from Up Energy.
Sorry, say that again.
I was just saying your parting shots from this discussion.
Yeah, I think, you know, to sum up where we stand and what we understand from today, I think there are a few takeaways that are all interrelated. First, I think Up Energy, as with many other private sector players, we're not and we should not be concerned about upcoming standards. We should actively participate and be part of it. We should really support and contribute to that. And then secondly, one thing about, we already talked about affordability, but I think one thing related to it that we didn't touch on as much is the awareness and the accessibility of these standards. So there are standards, let's say if you go to UNBS website, there are already certain standards that you can buy, you can download. We also talked about, do we include end customers in awareness, right, in getting their opinions? And actually that awareness needs to happen at the company, at the private sector level as well. And then the last thing, I think wrapping that up, is that we would very much be happy. The word collaboration or collaborative has come up multiple times across different themes. And stakeholders, whether it's private sector, end user, technical personnel, government, funders, grantors, I think there needs to be a collaboration and inviting these stakeholders to contribute to setting standards and quality together. And then again, as what I've said before, very much encourage us to look at quality as the upper limit or sky limit when we talk about standards and quality together. I aspire to one day for this country where standards of safety is just the basic and the foundation. I aspire to that day where we almost don't have to talk about safety anymore because it's assumed that there's there. Then we can be very innovative and talk about all the fancy high quality products that all our people deserve.
All right, I think a round of applause for our panel, and I hope this has been informative on standards and quality, and they're all going to be available if you have any more questions. My brother, you've been encouraged to go and offer your support and give input. So thank you so much. Let's just clap for them one more time. I'm sure we have a token of appreciation for all our panelists, and I'll ask our ushers to just bring them. And maybe if the camera crew is around, we'll have a group photo with the panelists. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. You're welcome to take your seats. And for the rest of us, well, we've pretty much come to the end of day 2, and you all have the booklets. You know that we have one more day. Also, your tags actually have a QR code that you can scan, and you'll see the program for tomorrow. We hope to see you tomorrow, and keep time. I know it rained today, and many Ugandans are hydrophobic. We fear that we dissolve in the rain, but whether it rains or not, we hope to see you here tomorrow. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I think we are closed for today. So my colleagues, if you'll just come down for a group photo, I think the camera crew. And Mr. DJ, over to you, sir.